Big game tonight. 49ers playing host to the Seattle Seahawks in Week 18 at Levi's Stadium, the site of Super Bowl 60. Hopefully the Niners will be playing there, and the number one seed is on the line. The NFC West divisional title is at play here. Levi's Stadium is going to be jumping. The Niners rocking their black maroon font jerseys. Are you ready for some Saturday Night Football? We are here on the 49ers Report. My name is Chase Sr., and as always, no matter where you are, how you're tuned in, thank you so much for making our watch party and pregame show a part of your evening. And let's get this show underway. What is on the line here tonight in Santa Clara, California? If the 49ers win, they will pick up their 13th win on the year. They will move to 13-4. What a regular season that would be for what has already been an incredible regular season showing for Kyle Shanahan's team. And if the Niners do get that victory, they get the number one seed and home field advantage in the NFC, and they get that first round bye to rest up and get ready for the divisional round at home. If the Seahawks win, Seattle gets the number one seed. This would be the most wins in a regular season in franchise history for the Seahawks if they win. If the Niners lose and the Rams win against Arizona, Rams-Arizona taking place tomorrow, San Francisco would get the 6th seed and go on the road to play either the Eagles in Philadelphia or the Bears in Chicago. If the Seahawks lose, automatically Seattle gets the number 5 seed, and in just a few weeks, little over a month, Super Bowl 60 taking place where this game is taking place here tonight, Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. This line has been an interesting one as far as the betting number this week. First, earlier in the week, the Niners were favorites in this game, but a lot of money has come in on the Seattle side. Ricky Pearsall, Trent Williams not playing in this game, and so Seattle now 2.5-point favorites. The Niners underdogs at home with the over-under at 47.5. Already almost 400 people watching. As you come in here, don't forget to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. And I want to know, where are you watching from? Let us know down in the comment section. We'll give you some shout outs as we have people rocking and rolling with us from every pocket of America and worldwide. Producer Chip on the ones and twos, and this is the best place to experience a Niners game day outside of being at the actual game. Richard Donaldson watching from Pennsylvania. I see Fresno, California from Ryan Rodriguez. Toby Willis tuned in from Tennessee. I got to get that helmet, Toby, now that I see your name in the chat. Florida from Joseph. Oklahoma from Big Worm. Salt Lake City in the building. Wales, UK. Levi's Stadium parking lot from Kyle Montiel. How cool is that? Continue to let us know where you're hanging out and watching the program from. You rewind back to week 1. The regular season started for the Niners in Seattle. It's ended up being a very Cinderella season for San Francisco, and now the regular season finale against the Seahawks at home. Niners winning week 1 to kick off the 2025 campaign, 17-13. It was a tight back and forth, very exciting ball game, which came down to the final seconds. San Francisco on their opening drive offensively of the game, 95 yards. Brock Purdy hit George Kittle on that out route on 3rd down. Then the Niners did not score again until they registered 10 points in the 4th quarter. A Jake Moody field goal, and then Brock Purdy on that game-winning drive. 5 for 5 against Mike McDonald's defense. Rolled to his right, improvised, and threw that ball up to Jake Tonches, who went up, climbed the ladder, and got it. Brock in that game did throw 2 interceptions, but the Niners offense a little bit short-handed, right? If you remember, Jawan Jennings banged up at the time. George Kittle left that game early. Then we didn't see him for another month. And Nick Bosa, at the end of the game, unfortunately, he tore his ACL in week 3 against Arizona, had that strip sack of Sam Darnold, which sealed the game as the Seahawks were driving. I mentioned off the rip, if the Niners win this game, they go from the number 5 seed to the number 1 seed. If the Seahawks lose, of course, they will drop down to the 5 seed, and automatically Seattle will be in that 5 position, and the Rams wouldn't be able to move past Seattle because Seattle has that tiebreaker with the most recent win. And so the Seahawks entering tonight 13-3, going for their most wins in a regular season ever. They've never won 14 games in a season. The Chicago Bears playing tomorrow against the Detroit Lions, the number 2 seed at 11-5. Philadelphia also 11-5, but The Bears got the tiebreaker because they won the head-to-head on Black Friday. You have the Panthers and Buccaneers playing right now. Buccaneers up 16-14, 2 minutes left. Carolina only has one timeout left. And then the 3 wild card teams, Niners in that 5 hole, Rams in the 6 spot, Packers the 7 seed. They will not move up. They've clinched a playoff spot, and Green Bay will be that number 7 seed at 9-6-1. So who you got in this football game? Type SEA for Seattle, SF for the 49ers. One of the best rivalries, not just in the National Football League, but in all of sports. Let me know who you think comes out victorious in this ball game, and we'll give you some more shout-outs before we get to our sponsor here. ATY, type in that SF. Jamie, rocking with the Niners. Mike Huncho, like San Francisco as well. Tyler Cressley, tuned in from Fayetteville, North Carolina. He's going with the 49ers here today. Everybody going with San Francisco. Speaking of San Francisco, Greg Papa, by the way, back in the broadcast booth, doing the radio play-by-play after his long battle with cancer. Congratulations to him. All right, this episode of the 49ers Report is brought to you by Prize Picks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard, but in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. New feature alert, Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out of those winnings before the game even finishes. Find your community on Prize Picks as well. With the new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single clip. Copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow Prize Picks partners like us and tail or fade our picks with just one click. Like producer Chip here. Chip's picks. Christian McCaffrey more than a half rushing or receiving touchdown. George Kittle more than 63.5 receiving yards. And then Sam Darnold more than 206.5 passing yards. Make player, team, and culture picks safe and secure transactions available in all 50 states across America. How fantastic is that? Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Pavement Professional with the $20 super chat. He was one of our super chat OGs last week. I got my oxygen mask next to me tonight. LFG Pavement, appreciate that. Looking forward to hearing from you all throughout the broadcast. And then words of wisdom. Happy New Year to Pavement. Happy New Year to Words of Wisdom. QACDC back in black. Bang, bang, Niner gang. I'm rocking the all black. So I've got the black top here.
Yes, sir.
And as you can see, with that vertical right there, that's elite with the
Dang.
NFL Combine coming up. We got the black pants as well. So black pants, black shirt, black shoes. We're blacked out tonight as well. Gerald Frazier, $1 super chat. Gerald, thank you for that, my man. All right, big moment in this game here. Buccaneers up 16-14. Game clock at 33, play clock at 5. Buccaneers have the ball at the 39-yard line. And looks like Tampa Bay is going to take the delay of game. They're going to punt it away, and Carolina needs a field goal to win.
Wow.
Tampa Bay looking to pin Carolina deep into their own territory. And isn't this nutty, too? The Buccaneers can win this game and still not make the playoffs. If Atlanta wins tomorrow, then Carolina, with an 8-9 record, would win the NFC South. It's also pretty wild that the New Orleans Saints look to have the brightest future in this division. All right, let's go to our Super Chat menu. We had a couple of Super Chats come in already. Thank you to the real ones who sent those in. All Super Chats, as always, get a shout-out. If you send in a $20 Super Chat, we've got a brand new football for our custom 49ers Report Niners Seahawks watch party. Week 18 MVP, a $20 super chat gets you 20 raffle tickets, 50 for a beer bong or a shotgun. We've got a beer boot loaded up here with some IPAs, a $100 super chat. You enter the 49ers Report Hall of Fame, and our super chat MVP gets a signed Fred Warner jersey. There are other ways to support the show. You don't have to send in a super chat to be a real one. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment and share your thoughts, share the video. And as I mentioned, we just want you to be a real one. All right, so Tampa Bay going to punt the football away. Payment Professional, another $20 super chat. That's 40 raffle tickets right there. My son Julius asked for a shout out. He loves the show. Julius. Go Niners. Can't wait for this game to get underway. As you can see, the countdown to kickoff clock is below me. Under 40 minutes to go until this game gets underway. All right, Buccaneers. Punt it away. Carolina doesn't even have anybody back to receive the punt. And what a punt for Tampa Bay. It's going to drop to the 3, and it would be a miracle if Carolina can win this game. So if the Buccaneers win again, just because they're 8-9 and win this game, it does not mean that they win the NFC South. If Atlanta wins tomorrow, Carolina would get in because Carolina had the better record against Atlanta and swept them. Just one of those odd playoff seeding procedures, I guess you could call it. 18 seconds left. Bryce Young in the shotgun. Ball spotted at the 3. Trips right. Tet McMillan to the left. Only 3 down linemen for Tampa Bay. Bryce Young going to throw downfield. Passes caught. Inbounds by Coker. Carolina will get to the line. They'll snap it with 3 seconds to go, and this will be the final play. It would take a miracle, multiple hook and ladders and laterals in order for Carolina to pull off this upset in what has been a rain-soaked, defensive-oriented, low-scoring ball game in Tampa here this afternoon.
Could you imagine, though, they pull this off?
Oh, my gosh. It'd be one of the more iconic plays in NFL history. Even with Carolina right now being 8-8, about to drop to 8-9, and then the Bucs with the win would move to 8-9. That would get Carolina into the playoffs. Tampa Bay playing 30 yards deep. They've got 5 guys playing sticks across the field. Carolina beat Tampa Bay 2 weeks ago. That game, of course, at home for the Panthers. This game at Raymond James Stadium. Buccaneers will rush 3 again. Bryce Young going to throw it over the middle to Coker. He's going to pitch it to Tet McMillan. He pitches it backwards. Offensive lineman can't corral it. Buccaneers recover it, and Tampa Bay wins a football game. They have been pretty bad over the last 2 months, but their playoff hopes and divisional hopes remain alive if Atlanta loses tomorrow. And to the Falcons' credit, they've been playing some pretty damn good football.
Yeah, no sure thing. No sure thing.
75 Dignan with the $50 super chat.
Crazy. Tampa Bay was 6-2. Now 8-9. Still have a chance. Here's that 50.
75 Dignan makes it rain. Happy New Year, boys. CNC Niner Factory 2026. Let's get this magical dub. Bang, bang. Thank you for that, my man. And with that $50 super chat, we'll have to take down a Shambong here. $75. Shout out to you and everybody else.
Let's go.
All right, let's continue to preview this game. 35 minutes to go until it gets started. Front end of the doubleheader wrapped up. between the Panthers and the Bucs. And now the NFL is salivating at the ratings they could get for the Seahawks-Niners game. Let's take a gander at how the Seahawks stack up on both sides of the ball. This is a really good and well-rounded team. You can argue that their schedule hasn't been that hard in 2025, but on offense and on defense, they've been an impressive team, and I really like what Mike Macdonald is building. I think that their general manager in John Schneider is one of the best GMs in football. And after some down years, I think the Seahawks team is back, and I think they're going to be a force over the foreseeable future. Number 2 in points per game offensively at 29.4. We'll get to how they fared recently because they've kind of been average of late. Number 8 in yards per game at 350.8. 5th in yards per play at 5.9. Third down percentage offensively, middle of the pack, 15th at 39.3%. And their red zone touchdown scoring percentage, 19th at 57.1%. Those are going to be two big areas in this football game here tonight. On defense, Seattle, that is Mike Macdonald's specialty. He is the defensive play caller. Number 2 in points per game allowed. I don't care who you're playing in today's offensive-laden era. It's a very impressive number there at 18.1. Yards per game, also top 5 at 292.6. Yards per play, number 2. Points per play, number 1. This is the best third down defense in the NFL, 32.4%, and also a top 10 red zone defense at 50.9%. That's 7th in the NFL, meaning when teams get inside the red area, they're only turning those drives into a touchdown less than 51% of the time. The Seahawks defense is also great against the run. They have locked down some of the top running backs in the NFL all year long, and they have been stout in stopping the run over the last couple of weeks as this Niners offense has found its groove, as they have caught fire, as they've been peaking of late. I love the balance that we've seen from Kyle Shanahan's unit, and establishing the run has gotten the pass game going as well. Seattle, number 1 in yards per rush given up at 3.7. Number 3 in rushing yards per game at 94.1. And then number 2 in rushing touchdowns per game at 0.6. Mike Macdonald has given Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan fits before. If you remember back to the 2023 season when the Niners made it to the Super Bowl, there was what we thought at the time a potential Super Bowl preview between the Niners and the Ravens. Mike Macdonald was the defensive coordinator under John Harbaugh, and Brock Purdy had one of his worst games as a pro. He was throwing picks left and right. The Niners were so sloppy and confused on offense, and that's because Mike Macdonald devised a game plan that caught the Niners off guard. He was sending in a lot of corner blitzes. They were good against the run. They were very active getting their hands in passing lanes, which led to tips and interceptions. And this is one of the brighter defensive minds in football going right now as we kick off the calendar year 2026. And what Mike Macdonald does a good job of is limiting explosive plays. And this is what Kyle Shanahan had to say about that this week. Mike Macdonald knows how to stop the run and not give up any big plays with a two-shell defense, which is traditionally an alignment that limits explosive plays. And that's kind of what you've seen all year, and that's why Seattle number 2 in yards per play at just 4.6. They really don't give up a lot of chunk and explosive plays. If you're into analytics, Seattle, one of the top analytical teams in the National Football League, their overall EPA per play on defense is number 1. Their passing EPA per play, number 4. And their rushing EPA per play, also number 1 in the NFL. All right, we'll continue to preview this game between the Niners and the Seahawks. A great one coming up here tonight from Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. So far, so good with the weather. It is not raining right now. Somewhat clear skies. Hopefully that continues. In the meantime, I want everybody to get pumped up. It doesn't get better than this. Niners-Seahawks, great rivalry. Brock Purdy, 5-1 in 6 career starts against Seattle, 11 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. The Niners have won 7 of 8 games against the Seahawks. Number 1 seed, NFC West crown on the line here tonight. Neoplasmic typing that SF. MR going SF in the chat. Isaac Santee typing SF. Anthony Villa, SF. Matthew Short, saying Chase. What's up, Matthew? TFL Prods, typing that SF. Shadow Prods, watching from Missouri. Everybody rocking with the Niners. Mike Nintendo Master saying, hey, Chase. What's up, Mike? You still beefing with Marshall? Payment Professional.
All the rankings.
$20 super chat. We got this, gang. Bang, bang. That's 60 raffle tickets so far for Payment Professional. By the way, we're giving away an autographed Fred Warner jersey tonight to our Super Chat MVP. That will go to the largest individual super. And the number to beat, $50. More Super Chats coming in. Words of wisdom with the 20. My prediction, the Niners must win today in order to capture that sixth piece of hardware. Seattle has committed 28 total turnovers, second most. Got to hit Darnold early. That is key. Make them see ghosts out there. Black ones, raffle tickets. So, working off of what Word said, I've got some pretty good numbers to show everybody here about Seattle being a pretty turnover-prone team. The Seahawks offense turns the ball over on 14.9% of their drives. That is the second highest rate in the NFL. So the Seahawks team has been very turnover-prone. And over the last 2 months, I would say that this Seahawks team has been pretty average on the offensive side of the football. Sam Darnold in his last 8 games, 9 touchdowns, 9 picks, 220 yards per game. He ranks 29th of 33 quarterbacks in Pro Football Focus grade, 23rd in adjusted EPA per play. Yet, even with that being said, the Seahawks have gone 7-1 during that stretch. Since week 10, here's how Seattle's offense is ranked. Total EPA per play, 21st in the NFL. Passing EPA per play, 23rd. Rushing EPA per play, number 10. Now, a big reason they've gone 7-1, despite the offense kind of hitting a skid, is that the defense in all those EPA rankings, top 5. And they're number 1 in EPA per play and rushing EPA per play, as we just talked about. Spunky Guy, $10 super chat. What's up, Spunky? Good evening, Chip and Chase and the faithful. We got this with all these issues we have faced. We could still be number 1 in the division. We got this. Let's be 3rd in the NFL to win the Super Bowl at home. Bang, bang. So the Buccaneers have done it, 2020, and then the Rams did it in 2021. So pretty crazy that it has not happened in NFL history, and then it happened twice. Tampa Bay at Raymond James Stadium, and then the Rams at SoFi Stadium, otherwise known as Levi Stadium South. Johnny A, $5 super chat. Do you think there is any chance the Cardinals beat the Rams? Best case scenario, Rams go to Philly. I don't see how the Cardinals beat the Rams. The Cardinals are playing right now like the worst team in football. They have been worse of late than the Jets, which is saying something. They've been worse than the Titans. The Saints have started to improve. The Raiders, honestly, the Cardinals over the last couple of weeks have been worse than the Raiders. It's pretty crazy to say. But I just don't see any scenario in which the Cardinals beat the Rams, especially with the Rams playing their starters, coming off that loss last week against Atlanta. Spunky Guy, $5 super chat. And let me say this, if the Rams are the 5 seed, they will dump truck the NFC South champ, whether it be the Panthers or the Buccaneers. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Get excited. We got this. Let's do this. Spunky Guy with another one right there. And then Matthew Short, $5 super chat. Chase, after watching the college football playoff, I would love to see Bane or Mesidor as a Niner. They are so violent. A lot of people love Bane, but some people don't like him because he has short arms. And I saw some crazy stat a couple of weeks ago. There hasn't been an edge rusher who has his arm length who has had like double-digit sacks in a season in NFL history. So it's really working against him. But I thought he showed some flashes in the first 2 games of the college football playoff. And now Miami gets to play Ole Miss. And I'm excited to see what he can do in that game too. But Mesidor, another good player. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Niners go back to defensive end. Look, we don't know when Nick Bosa or Mykel Williams are going to be able to play next year, when they're going to come back. So a lot of needs on this Niners team. I still think defensive end is one of them. I'd love for them to go offensive line, but obviously they don't look at their team building strategy as such. White and Green Nation, $5 super chat. Shirtgate broke Trace. Do we know what he's referring to there? Shirtgate broke Trace. Trace has been known to pop the top at times and go shirtless on the show. Or did you mean to say Shitgate broke Trace because of the Buccaneers and Panthers both being 8 and 9, maybe making it into the playoffs? And I said that a little while ago, or I said this a little while ago. I actually think the Saints are playing the best football of any team in that division. Escargo, $5. Thank you, White and Green Nation. How will the weather affect special teams? Well, as of right now, it doesn't look like any rain is coming down right now. And let me just take a look at the weather forecast. When I just got to look at Levi's Stadium moments ago, like there were some clouds in the sky, but I wasn't seeing like rainy clouds. And right now it is clear weather at Levi's Stadium. These Niners black jerseys are pretty nice. Do you know what he's talking about?
Yes. So he's actually not talking about Trizzy Trace.
Okay.
Over on Moose right now on Maine.
Oh, Moose
is doing this thing where he's doing super chats for shirt changes, and it's just getting spammed. He keeps changing his shirt on live, taking his shirt off, putting something else on.
See, that's funny that Green and White Nation said that, referring to him as Trace. I've never called Trace Moustakis Trace. Yeah. I just call him Moose.
Yeah.
So Trace to me in the office is Trace Gerard. All right, let me look at this weather here.
Jerseys are so clean.
These jerseys are clean. Like I wouldn't say I was a huge fan of them when they first came out, but I think the detail's pretty sick. You've got the saloon font, of course. I like the red numbers with the gold outline, but then what I kind of like is the gold nameplate. The gold nameplate pops to me. The helmets are pretty cool too. And then what I think accentuates the jersey combo and what makes it pop a little bit is the red socks. Because obviously with the black and gold, there's not a bunch of red in the jersey. But I think that the red socks kind of make it pop a little bit more.
I didn't even know they were wearing red socks. That's cool.
Yeah, you'll get a look at that here soon.
I like the faithful on the jersey as well.
Yeah, the faithful is awesome. Okay, so this game will take place 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. At 5 p.m., there's a 40% chance of rain. Then it's going to be clear 6, 7, 8, 9. And then at 10 p.m., 40% chance. But by that time, this game will be over. So I think the rain is going to hold off, which is great for this Niners offense and this Niners team. If the weather played a role, it would make this a defensive-oriented game, and that's the biggest Niners weakness. So Escar, go. Talking some weather here. Tyler V6 got my Dub City shirt today. Yeah. Let's hope it brings us luck. Yeah, we'll have to plug those at some point. I think Arnold crushed it with the design. I ordered one as well. It's going to come in here soon, hopefully in time for the playoffs. But the design on the shirt and the hoodie is sick. And Tyler, I'm glad that you got yours so early because now you have yours for the playoffs. Seahawks fan, $2 super chat. Best of luck tonight, y'all. This is what it's all about. And I've been saying that all week, man. You feel the intensity. You feel the rivalry. And this is what it's all about. Just can't wait for it. Spunky Guy with the $2 super chat. If in the Super Bowl, do you think Fred Warner will play? So how about this? According to Matt Barrows, Fred Warner has been telling his teammates he is targeting the divisional round to come back for San Francisco after he broke his ankle and dislocated it against Tampa Bay earlier this year. And that was in October. What a fast recovery and turnaround that would be. Don't forget to, by the way, give me a follow on X, Instagram, and TikTok. You can find me there at Chase_Senior. In addition to giving you so much Niners content here on YouTube, as we've reached 4.5 million people this month, I'm also giving you additional and free Niners content on my social media pages. And I discovered of late that my Facebook has been popping, Chase Senior Chat Sports, and I realized that a lot of older people obviously are tapped into Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, give me a follow over there, Chase Senior Chat Sports, and you can stay in the know with all things Niners from your boy right here. We'll also do our Venmo jersey raffle. And again, I just want to say this. We order these jerseys in bulk. We're covering every single team across the NFL. So we're ordering dozens and dozens of jerseys every week. If you win, it'll take a couple weeks. We will get you your jersey. And you can always hit me up and ask about the status of that jersey. But get your Venmos in now. We're going $1 per duck again to kick off the new year. And you can win a Niners jersey for as little as a $5 Venmo. So $5, you get 5 ducks. $10, you get 10 ducks. 20, you get 20 ducks. 50, you get 50. 100, you get 100 ducks and automatically a 49ers Report hat. So this is a look at the Niners jerseys that San Francisco is wearing. Rivalry edition jerseys. Only wearing these once. The last time they wore black jerseys, it was all the way back, I believe, in 2017. And that was after the Niners had traded for Jimmy Garoppolo late in the year. And I like how faithful is across the front. The saloon font numbers. Red on the numbers with the gold outline. Then you've got the black helmet with the double red stripe. But then the nameplate is all gold. And on TV, I think they look really, really clean. Big story going into this game. Niners injury news. And about an hour ago, San Francisco got some pretty bad injury news. Left tackle Trent Williams not going to play in this game. The good news is he's expected to be back for the playoffs. But short week coming off that Bears game in primetime playing on Saturday. 37-year-old player who's a future Hall of Famer coming off a soft tissue injury. The turnaround was too quick. Austin Pleasance will get his first career start tonight. I thought he played well in replacing Trent Williams last week against Chicago, but that Bears defense nowhere near the Seahawks defense, which is a top 5 overall unit. Ricky Pearsall continues to be an injury-prone player. Unfortunately, he's not going to play in this game. All week dealing with back and knee injuries. He fought through those to play last week, and he played awesome. But once again, Ricky Pearsall out of the lineup. And that will cause Pearsall, here in year 2, to only play 9 games this year. So 11 last year, 9 this year. That is 20 combined games for Pearsall. Hopefully his injury issues are like the Steph Curry early career issues where he was hurt early and then he kind of escaped the injury bug, because when Pearsall's on the field, he looks damn good. Isaac Guerrero, healthy scratch. Kevin Givens not playing. That's all thanks to the rise of some of these young Niners defensive linemen. Robert Beal inactive. Curtis Robinson, Walter Payton Man of the Year award nominee for the Niners. He's not going to play. And then Chase Lucas, who played a decent amount last week, not going to play in this game either. That could impact the Niners on special teams. I thought he played well when he was thrust into duty last week against Chicago. That means that Upton Stout is playing, and obviously that's a really good sign for him coming out of concussion protocol. Okay, some numbers that I want to get to in talking about this Niners-Seahawks game. And I talked about these on the show last night, passed along some of these numbers on with Larry Krueger yesterday, and then broke some of these numbers down in our Niners-Seahawks preview as well. This Seahawks defense, as we've been talking about, is legit. Mike McDonald is a great defensive mind and a great defensive play caller. Seattle ranks 2nd in points per game allowed, 5th in yards per game allowed, 1st in points per play, 1st on third downs, 7th in the red zone. But as Akash pointed out this week, the Seahawks do have a couple of weaknesses here. One of them, they are 18th in the league in DVOA defending tight ends this year. They've given up the 5th most yards to tight ends. Guess who's back tonight? George Kittle. So the Brock Purdy to George Kittle connection could get going here tonight at Levi's Stadium. And then there's this. I think that Christian McCaffrey should be getting more recognition as an MVP candidate. Matthew Stafford threw 3 picks against Atlanta on Monday. He's not the MVP. Josh Allen wasn't good against the Eagles. Not the MVP. I think Drake May is going to win it. But has there been a more impactful player to a team than Christian McCaffrey? You can make the argument he's been the most impactful player for any team in the NFL. He is the engine that makes this offense go. He is the straw that stirs the drink. What an incredible season he's had. And could Christian McCaffrey tonight have a big receiving game, not a big running game? The Seahawks defense, first in the NFL in yards per carry, third in rushing yards per game. Yards per tote, 3.7. Rushing yards per game, 94.1. But running backs get 22% of targets against the Seahawks defense, which is the highest rate in the NFL. So look for Kyle Shanahan to call plays, or look for Brock Purdy to look in the way of Christian McCaffrey on screen passes, but also lining up McCaffrey in the slot as a route runner. All right, I'm going to go look for the Toby Willis black helmet because it's literally perfect for this game here tonight. So Chip is going to get on the screen. He's going to chop it up with all of you. I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes because I have to go through the storage closet, but I got to do that for Toby. And if we get a $50 super chat by the time that I'm gone, I will do a shambong out of the black Niners motorcycle helmet. In the meantime, Chip will check on your super chats, and I will be right back.
Yes, sir. Let's get it. Under 15 minutes to go until this game gets underway. And let's get to your super chats. A few more coming in here. Castro Leonel, $20 super chat. That's 20 raffle tickets to win our last regular season football of the year. Run, CMC, run. Gonna need him big time, obviously, in both the run game and the pass game if you're gonna want to win this one and get the 1 seed here tonight. Also, apologies, I am a little bit sick, so if I sound a little bit stuffy, that is why. But Castro Leonel, thank you for the $20 super chat. We also got Words coming in with another 2. Mike, I see you. Appreciate it. Chase, give me your bag of tricks, offensive play D. Give me your, well, I'll make sure Chase answers this for you, Words. But I think he, kind of had it spot on. Get the ball to Kittle and get the ball to McCaffrey in space. I think especially getting it to McCaffrey in space is going to be important. Now, the thing with Seattle, they do have a player in Nick Emanwari at that safety spot who I think is uniquely gifted in a way where he's probably going to draw the Kittle assignment a good amount. Super athletic freak, obviously. Picked at the top of the second round. He is a stud. He's gotten better as the year's gone on. But he's still a rookie. And he can be as athletic as he wants. It's George Kittle. It's George Kittle at the end of the day. But, yeah, getting the ball to McCaffrey in space, putting him in the slot. I mean, I would like to see Robinson and McCaffrey on the field at the same time. Like, look, this is essentially, I know it's not really a playoff game because the loser doesn't go home, but for the 1 seed for a bye, I'm emptying out whatever I got. I'm not saving nothing. Whatever you got in there, any plays that you love that you haven't run all season long, any special, looks you might have cooked up early in the year, I'm pulling them out. I'm pulling them out in a big game like tonight. But Words, I'll be sure to show Chase that as well. Thank you for the 2. Dr. Checkmate with the 5. Just tuning in. Niners going to repeat it last week. Week 1 can be repeated. McCaffrey out of the backfield. Short, quick passing game. Absolutely. Look, you did show you can beat this team. That's way back in week 1. These teams are very different now than they were back in week 1, of course. So I almost want to say, you can go back and look at some of the things that happened in week 1, but you're more so looking at, the past 5 or so weeks to look more so at how to attack this team. And again, as Chase mentioned as well, big time key is getting after Darnold, man. We've seen some big games. You think about that Rams game a few weeks back. You think about, some other big games he's played this season. He's turned the ball over at times. Jared Roberts, $2. Let's go Niners. Thank you for that. Spunky Guy, nice to see. Better Chip. Thank you, Spunky Guy. Appreciate it. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. Black Mask, what's up? Chase will be right back. Chase is going to find the Toby Willis Black Niners helmet. It's back in the back somewhere. Perfect night to break it out with the Niners wearing their all-black uniforms tonight. So Chase will be right back. See a few of y'all asking. Trying to find that helmet. If you know, you know. The helmet's fire. The helmet's fire. Let's see. What do we got? Trick with a $50 super chat. Making it rain. Look at this from Trick. I only asked to Chase and Chip. Oh, God. I only asked that Chase and Chip, Lady and the Tramp, this shot from opposite ends of the helmet. That is unbelievable. I don't know if I'll be doing none of that. You know, I don't want to give Chase my sickness that I got. But that is hilarious. Trick, thank you for the 50. Chase got a drink coming up. Unfortunately, I can't be drinking tonight. You know, I'm on some meds. Can't be mixing it with the alcohol, unfortunately. Would have loved to, get up and rowdy for tonight's game. But Trick, that's a bunch of raffle tickets. Appreciate you sending that in. And we'll be sure to get back to this once Chase gets back as well. He owes you a little shambong there, a beer bong. We got plenty of supers coming in. Matthew Short, as we're under 10 minutes to go until this game gets underway. If you went offensive line, who would you draft? The thing with this draft, and I'll just kind of give you my take here, from early on looking into this year's draft, a lot of the tackles, Spencer Fano, the guy from Penn State, right? Like some of these tackles where I think you would love to draft a tackle to be Trent Williams' long-term replacement, they just profile better at guard. A lot of the tackles profile better at guard. But still, plenty of time until the draft cycle. And then how about this? Black Mask with a $100 super chat with the mask.
So I think Toby Willis looked into the future. Toby Willis sent this to me, I think, 3 seasons ago. Used to be his motorcycle helmet with the Niners logos on the side. This is very close to what the Niners are wearing tonight. And obviously, these Niners Saloon Font jerseys, they came into play before the year. So Toby kind of was on this a couple years ago. The Niners helmets tonight, very similar. And look, we even have the gold stickers from a couple years ago. We're on to something too. Black Mask. $50 super chat.
Let's go. We also got this big one while you were gone as well.
Oh, Trick with the $50 super chat. Let's go, Trick. I could only ask that Chase and Chip, Lady and the Tramp, this shot from opposite ends of the helmet. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I only showed it again because I want to do it.
We got a Yingling boot here tonight. This is for Black Mask and Trick. This is going to be hard.
That's tough. Got to go under.
So that's the Toby Willis infamous motorcycle helmet right there.
Let's go.
Is Toby in the chat? Is Toby in the chat? Words of wisdom, Chase, when we need the helmet, pull it out. I'll have to. And you know I will. There he is, Edward Willis in the building. All right, Joe Buck, Troy Aikman on the call tonight. No Monday Night Football game this week because obviously the playoffs start on Saturday, week from today. And so ESPN on the broadcast tonight, Joe Buck, Troy Aikman calling this one. More super chats coming in. Let's get to our sponsor before this game gets underway. Today's 49ers Report brought to you by PrizePicks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on PrizePicks, it feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and PrizePicks lets you take control. PrizePicks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you may now have the option to cash out of those winnings before the game even finishes. And find your community on PrizePicks as well. With the new social feeds feature, you can share PrizePicks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow PrizePicks partners like us and tail or fade our picks with just one click. Chip's picks tonight: Christian McCaffrey, more than a half rushing or receiving touchdown. George Kittle, more than 63.5 receiving yards. Sam Darnold, more than 206.5 passing yards. Download the PrizePicks app today. Use the code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. All right, 4 minutes to go until this game gets started. Matthew Short, $5 super chat. Chase, if you went offensive line, who would you draft? Look, I watch a lot of college football, and I love watching college football. But with the Niners in the playoff hunt, I haven't started to scout players all that much. The Utah offensive tackle is a good player. I really like the Penn State guard. I think he's really good, and he could be a mauler for this Niners team. But after the year, that's when I'll start to really get into some draft content. And if you think about it too, Super Bowl is in early February. Right after that, NFL Combine, late February into March, free agency, then the draft at the end of April. So we'll do a bunch of draft content here on the show. Matthew, sorry I can't expand further on that. Words of wisdom, $2 super chat. Chase, when we need the helmet, pull it out. Oh, I will. When we need a momentum swing, we always pull out all the stops. And a lot of times it's worked. Whether it's jinxing a kicker, praying on one knee, doing stuff like that, we're trying to do our best over here. The High Table, $50 super chat. Dub City. All right. The High Table, since the Niners are in all black tonight and I'm in all black, we'll put the helmet back on again and we'll do another Shambong. We got to go underneath, though. Edward Willis, $10 super chat. Let's get this dub. Chase and Chip, the GOATs. You're the GOAT, bro, for sending us this. Also, the Fox Sports action figure you sent me, I still got it on my desk, man. That thing is sick. I never want to give that away. Yeah, that thing is sick. All right. 2,500 people watching. We're already up to $426 in super chats. Can we get to 500 before this game starts? If we get to 500 before this game starts, I'm doing another Shambong here. We're at 426 right now. Can we get to 500 before kick? Words of wisdom with the deuce to help us get there. Do you smell what the Brock is cooking? 49-3 Niners. While it's not raining right now, it is windy in Santa Clara. So wind could play a role in this game. A lot of openings at Levi's. Couple more super chats coming in. If you're ready for kickoff, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Under a minute to go. Already 16,000 people have joined us. 2,600 people watching. 437 likes. Smash that thumbs up icon if you think the Niners are going to win this game and if you're ready for kickoff. Dave Towers. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Type in that 4-9. Time to shine. Let's go, Aussie, Aussie. Dave, have not received your Fred Warner jersey here yet, but we're going to send that to Australia once that does come in. Evan Went. Hey, Chase, do you have your voice back? You kind of lost it last week. I was a little bit hoarse. I mean, myself and Chip, we were live for 7 or 8 hours, screaming during both the games because they were both crazy. So the voice is back. I was back in my hometown all week, still doing a bunch of content, but gave the voice a little bit of a rest as compared to usual. Lisa Chipper, $20 super chat. Love the helmet. Lisa, thank you. This is like the legit 49ers decal that they put on their helmets too. Like, this thing cannot be taken off.
That's dope.
Kathy Michael, $10 super chat. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy.
That's 463 now.
Up to 463 in supers. 37 away from 500. Can we get there before this game gets started? The fireworks are popping off at Levi's. Super Bowl 60 taking place here. Home of the faithful. Adam Davis, $50 super chat. That gets us over. Man, even the wind field level is whipping. This is January football, man. See, everybody thinks of California as great weather all the time. Up in NorCal, it can get pretty bad. Thanks for a great season of watch parties and commentary, Chase. Let's continue it all the way to February. Still on the lookout for the Vernon Davis jersey, by the way. Yes, that was a jersey that you won, correct? Again, we'll get all those jerseys to everybody because we sent you everything else, right, Adam? And I'll put that in my notes to check on that. Adam, was that a signed Vernon Davis jersey?
I think I do remember we did that for not too long ago.
Yeah. Baby Cake's in the building saying go Niners.
Yep. Yeah, Adam Davis says it was a side one. Yeah. Yeah, I do remember that. Everything else I got. Beautiful.
Awesome.
Down the hatch.
Niners wearing all black. We're wearing all black as well. Niners have won 7 of 8 against the Seahawks. Brock Purdy, great record against the Seahawks as well. Brock Purdy all time 6-1 against the Seahawks. Bill Kennedy, on paper, Hawks win by 14. Hart says Niners. See, on paper, the Niners should have lost a lot of games this year, but they've won a bunch of games this year, and they're going for number 14 right now. Really can't believe it. What a season. And they've won 6 games in a row. One of the hottest teams in football, and this offense is just humming right now. Chris Lee, $5 super chat. Chase and Chip, always the real ones. LFG faithful. Thank you, Chris. Dayon for it. $1 super chat. And then Adam Davis. The Vernon Davis one was the signed one I bid for at the highest super chat. Everything else I got. All right. Appreciate that. Thanks for confirming it.
Shout out.
God Bless America, Star Spangled Banner. Both good renditions. Think we just saw some B-2 bombers flying over Levi's Stadium. And now the stage is set for the number 1 seed in the NFC and the NFC West crown. Niners Seahawks, one of the most bitter rivalries in all of sports. They're duking it out tonight at Levi's Stadium. Brandon with the $2 donation. Let's go Niners. Number 1 seed, here we come. And it would be great to get Ricky Pearsall an additional week, Trent Williams an additional week. George Kittle's going to play in this game. Pearsall and Trent are not, but George Kittle plays in this game. He too can get a week of rest. Plus the Niners play physically. Black Mask, $2 super chat. No shout out for dropping 100 and my jerseys. We popped up the $100 super chat, didn't we?
Yeah.
Black Mask, $100
$100
super chat. We already showed that, bro. I think I walked in when, I was out getting this helmet, but Chip had popped this up, and then I saw it on the screen. But I'll give you another shout. To quote Buffer, it's time. I also saw Black Mask post on Instagram a little bit earlier. He was rocking some Niners gear. Where's he at? Here's Trinae Davis rocking some black Niners gear. She sent that to me. And then let's find Black Mask. This new Instagram format is a joke. Here's Black Mask. He's got his Niner chain on. He's got a Niner shirt on. He's all ready to go. I think Black Mask was at the game last week, right? I thought I saw your comment there. RC with the $5 super chat. For Black Mask, I'll give him a Shambong here as well. Damon. Also known as Black Mask. RC chipping in with the 5. Tony Cash, $5 here. Here we go, Niners. Chase, let's get this dub. Lots of energy. You know I'm going to bring that tonight. That's what we do every week. You got to be built different out on these YouTube streets. Racediana, $5 super chat. Keep it up. Thank you, Racedi. Maurice with the 2. I'm expecting cleaner Dougies this game. Look, Brock Purdy grew up in Arizona. He went to Iowa State. For a white guy, I think he Dougie's pretty damn well. Damiana, $10 super chat. We got this, LFG. And just like Black Mask, Steve Whitman makes it rain. Let's get this party started. The next Shambong I do, Steve, one of those will be for you, my man. But this game is about to get started. Seahawks 13-3. Niners 12-4. Niners beat Seattle all the way back in week 1. Defensive-oriented ball game. 17-13 the final score. And this game will determine the number 1 seed home field advantage and the NFC West divisional title. DM with the $10 super chat. We're up to 670 in supers before this game even starts. Kyle Shanahan seeking his 3rd number 1 seed as the Niners coach. Mike McDonald, 14-2 career record on the road. Only his 2nd season, but that is a very impressive statistic there. Lee the Vet, we'll get to that 25 here in a moment. If you want the Niners to beat Seattle, though, I want 1,000 SFs in the chat. Niners will kick this ball away, and we are underway from Levi's Stadium. Kick is going to be kneeled 2 yards deep by Rashid Shaheed. There is a flag on the field. Illegal formation on the receiving team. So that'll back the Seahawks up a little bit. All right, good start. Good start. Here we go. Seattle's offense averaging 29.4 points per game, second in the NFL. Darnold will start off in the pistol. Going to take the snap. Looks right. Fires right. Pass caught. Rashid Shaheed. Gain of a couple. Pushed out of bounds by Diamador Lenore. And that'll be a pickup of about 2 yards. 2nd and 8 from the Seattle 32. Josh Jones getting the start at left tackle. Charles Cross out. Josh Jones was questionable, but he is playing in this game. JSN off the field for the 2nd and 7. Sam Darnold under center. Kenneth Walker the tailback. Handoff going to go to him. Right side. He has the first down. Needed 8. He got about 9. Tackled by Jair Brown. 1st and 10. Seahawks. Bryce Huff, Jordan Elliott, Kalia Davis, Keon White starting up front for the Niners. D. Winters and Tatum Bethune at linebacker. Diamador Lenore, Jair Brown, Malik Mustafa, Upton Stout, and Renardo Green in the secondary. Ball at the 41. Shaheed in motion from right to left. Play action for Darnold. Clean pocket. Checks it down. Screen pass. Walker escapes an ankle tackle. He's down the field all the way past the 40 to about the 38. Big pickup of 20 there for Seattle. Gray Zabel got out in space. Really good block on Tatum Bethune. And Bethune was blocked long enough where he couldn't bring down Walker by the ankle. Ball at the 39. Shaheed in motion again. Seattle already in Niners territory. Darnold. Handoff. Charbonnet. Good pickup of 6 right up the gut. Niners of 4 up front. Darnold under center. Charbonnet the tailback. Another give goes to Charbonnet. Big hit by Renardo Green, who's back. No, that's Malik Mustafa's jersey was folded over, making it look like a 0. Mustafa wears number 6. He came up with the big stick on Charbonnet. Sniffed that out from the safety spot. And we know Mustafa craves contact. That brings up a 3rd and 4. Type those 3s. Darnold in the gun. Puts his tight end in motion. Niners show blitz. They only send 4. Darnold looking, fires over the middle. Pass is caught. The Niners pass rush nearly got to him as the pocket eventually started to crater a little bit, but Darnold hung tough in the pocket, and he found the former Niner Eric Saubert. He's the one who caught that game-winning 2-point conversion against the Rams on Thursday night a couple of weeks ago. The lack of pass rush, this is where it really hurt San Francisco. Ball moves up to the 24. I formation for the Seahawks. Already 4 minutes off the clock for this drive. Walker reverses course. Great run. Got about 8 or 9 yards. Second and 2. Seattle inside the Prize Picks red zone. 19th ranked red zone offense the Seahawks have this year. Ball spotted at the 16. They run it again. Charbonnet churns his feet, has another first down. It'll be first and goal from about the 9, maybe the 10. Hold him to 3, and that's a big win here for the Niners. Keep him out of the end zone. That's the formula. You can give up yards. Darnold under center. Ball spotted just inside the 9. Darnold will drop back to throw it. Throws right side into the end zone. Diamador Lenore will be whistled for a flag. Pass interference. He said this week he wanted JSN. He gets his opportunity against JSN. It's going to be first and goal. Ball wasn't even close to being catchable. JSN had his hand inside Lenore's shoulder pad, but you get grabby down there. Officials will call it. First and goal, Seahawks from the 1. I formation. 2 tight ends to the right. Play action for Darnold. Tries to spin out of a sack. He can't. And down he goes. Sacked at the 12 by Tatum Bethune. It'll be second and goal from there. Darnold had nowhere to go with it. Those 2 tight ends to the right. Niners not juked out by it at all. Had them both covered. Had the fullback covered in the flat. And Bethune with the delayed blitz from the linebacker spot takes down Darnold. Second and goal. 19th sack on the year. 7 fewer than any team. Seahawks run it to the right side. Charbonnet inside the 10 to about the 7 or 8. It'll be third and goal from there.
Let's go, baby. Keep them out.
Hold them to 3, and that's a win. Hold them to 3, and that's a win. That is the formula. It's been a 10-play, 63-yard drive for the Seahawks. 6:40 and counting off the clock to start this game. Shaheed in motion. Some confusion for the Seahawks. Play clock down to 2. They're going to have to take a timeout, and they do. Niner fans making noise at Levi's. If you're not at the game, I see you making noise in the chat. Let's go. Faithful making noise. Lee the Vet, $25 super chat. Let's effing go, Niners. We can do this. Number 1 seed, here we come. Let's go, Lee. Thank you for your service. And to all the other veterans. Billy Bob, $5. What if Sam D rips the D apart and BP throws 3 picks? What will it say about our Super Bowl chances? Go Niners. Happy holidays. Niners still in the playoffs. That's the positive. Mondo Lestraka, $2. LFG Niners. All right, let's get back to it. Ball at the 8. Third and goal. Been a 10-play drive for Seattle. Niners show blitz. Darnold hands it off. Charbonnet fighting. Gets to the 5. That's it. He'll be stopped there. And will Seattle settle for the field goal, or will they go for it here on 4th and goal? Seahawks are going to go for it. Opportunity to make a statement early in this football game. Type 4, type stop. Seahawks exit the huddle quickly. JSN to the right, defended by Diamador Lenore. Sam Darnold in the shotgun. Going to put A.J. Barner in motion. Takes the snap. Niners blitz. Darnold throws. Incomplete! Incomplete! No flags! Niners get the 4th down stop. Offense takes over. Let's go! All the momentum to the Niners. Upton Stout in coverage. Incomplete.
Get those LFGs going in the chat, baby. Let's go. Bend, but don't break.
See, I'm tweeting this out right now, and obviously this is great for the Niners, but like, if I was Mike McDonald, I'm taking the field goal. I'm taking the points there. I hate that call by Mike McDonald. You're on the road. You move the ball well in the opening drive. Simply take the points, right? Instead, you give a bad defense juice, and you give all the momentum to the Niners now at home. But the Niners will take it. Peter LeBoon with the $2 super chat. Thank you, man.
Let's go. We are up to 800 likes, almost 5,000 people watching. Love to see it. If you want the Niners to go on a 96-yard scoring drive on this possession, hit that thumbs up icon. Like the stream. Let's take this one early here.
And I guess the belief, right, is that, okay, if we don't get it, the Niners offense will take over inside the 5. This has been the hottest offense in the NFL, and they're at home. Take the 3 points in a game that could be decided by 3 points.
Took up half the quarter to score 0
Yeah,
points.
Took up half the quarter to score no points.
Up to 918 likes. Let's get to 1,000 likes before this Niners drive gets started, and they're putting it in the end zone, man. I'm telling you. There we go.
All right. Niners offense takes over at the 4. Brock Purdy going to hand it off to Christian McCaffrey. He gets about 2 yards. That'll give the Niners a little bit more breathing room. Purdy this year, 7-1. In 8 starts, he has 20 passing touchdowns. Second and 7. Niners have scored in 27 straight quarters at the team record. Purdy's going to drop back and throw it. Pass is caught. Left side, Kyle Juszczyk. And it will be 3rd and about 3. In case you're just joining us, no Trent Williams, no Ricky Pearsall on offense. George Kittle in motion from right to left. He's trailed by Nick Emanwari. Seahawks send 4. Purdy throws. I thought Jawan Jennings was pushed there by Tariq Woolen. 3 and out for the Niners. Thomas Morstead will come out to punt. I think there was some miscommunication there between Purdy and Jennings. Minute 15, time of possession there for the Niners. Morstead with the high punt. Rashid Shaheed goes down to a knee to take it at the 40. And the Seahawks are going to take it to about midfield led by Shaheed, and that's where their second drive will start. Late flag comes in. Face mask on the Niners. 15-yard penalty. Seattle will take over in plus territory. Garrett Wallow with the face mask there, and that is costly. The Seahawks will start this drive at the 35. So the Niners can't make Mike McDonald pay for what was a dumb decision to go for it.
Big shout out to some of our recent subscribers here on the channel. Ark, Genki, Drew, Roger, Matthew.
Got over 187,000 subscribers. Let's go.
Let's get to 188K here today. We already have, let's see, we've already had 51,000 people join us. We have 5,000 people in here right now. I could see there's at least 800 of you in here right now that aren't subscribed. Sup for Niners dubs, baby. Come on, just picked up 10 right there. Where the real Niner fans at, huh? And shout out to you guys. We've actually already picked up almost 200 subs.
Let's go.
So shout out to y'all. Lee the Vet asks, please get rid of the Seahawks fans in the chat. Can't do that. They're welcome to be in here if they so please. But we just got to drown them out in the chat. If you're seeing a Seahawks fan in the chat talking smack, then
yeah,
we need 10 Niners fans to respond back to them.
They're allowed to hang out.
Just make sure you're sending in so many messages we can't even see what they're saying.
Just drown them out.
Exactly.
So again, Niners were backed up 3 and out, and then a 15-yard penalty during the punt. Seahawks take over at the 35 of the Niners. They'll run it out of the I formation. Kenneth Walker gains 3, tackle by Cleveland Ferrell. 2nd and 7. Darnold going to throw it. 3-step drop. Pocket gets muddied up a little bit. Finds Jackson Smith and Jigba. He'll be about 1.5 yards, 2 yards short of the first down line to gain. And they'll call it a 3rd and 2. Under 5 to play in the first. Darnold under center. Charbonnet the tailback. Cooper Kupp in motion. He's followed by Renardo Green. Seahawks run it. Charbonnet. Wide open running lane. Past the 10 to the 5, touchdown. Malik Mustafa had an awful angle. Nobody covered Charbonnet as he ran it to the left side. And on a 3rd and 2, that is just way too easy. 27-yard touchdown for Charbonnet. Seahawks strike first. I don't know how there's that bad of a defensive breakdown on a running play on 3rd and 2. Jair Brown was the only player, I guess, who could set the edge. He crashed inward. And then Malik Mustafa tried to range over far side of the field from that safety position. He couldn't get to him either. When I was on with Krug yesterday, I said the safety play is going to be big in this game. Safeties let the Niners down right there. Seahawks go up 7-0, extra point good. .429 left in the first quarter. 419 Joseph, defense needs to be gutted next year. I mean, it might help getting back Nick Bosa, Michael Williams, and Fred Warner. That's why the penalty hurt too, for sure.
Charbonnet is already up to 6 carries for 47 yards and a touchdown.
All right, let's get to our sponsor real quick before the Niners get the ball. Today's 49ers Report brought to you by Prize Picks. Whether you're starting a new routine, making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard, but in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. New feature alert, Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out of those winnings before the game even finishes. With the new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow Prize Picks partners like us and tail or fade our picks with just one click. Chips picks right here. Christian McCaffrey, more than a half rushing or receiving touchdown. George Kittle, more than 63.5 receiving yards. Sam Darnold, more than 206.5 passing yards. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Stretch in the Philippines, $5 super chat. Thank you, Stretch. Hopefully you're staying loose in the Philippines. The defense could use you. $12 rushing touchdowns this year for Charbonnet. Most for a Seahawks player since Marshawn Lynch. Bobby, $2 super chat. Said it last week. I'll say it again. F Seattle. Pretty sure every single fan who's rooting on the Niners will agree with you on that.
I mentioned this earlier, but if you want to beat the Seattle team, letting Charbonnet already get off to this kind of start.
7.8 yards per carry.
Not good. Even Darnold 4 or 5 to start.
Purdy takes a shotgun snap, hands it off to McCaffrey. He got a yard, maybe 2. Purdy's in the shotgun. 2nd and 8. Seahawks blitz. Purdy steps up, tries to escape pressure. He can't. He's sacked. Derek Hall got to Purdy. Loss of 1. And it'll be 3rd and 9 for the Niners. Seahawks rushed 5. Purdy could sense the pocket was starting to break down, so he stepped up, and that's when Hall got to him. Purdy takes the shotgun snap. 4-man rush for Seattle. Purdy pressured, unloads, throws, pass caught. Jawan Jennings, he's a yard short, maybe 2 of the first down marker. 2 3-and-outs for the Niners to start this game. "21 punts inside the 20 for Thomas Morstead. He boots it away here, and it'll be fair caught at the 18 by Rashid Shaheed. Stretch in the Philippines with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Stretch. Here's our super chat menu. The number to beat for the signed Fred Warner jersey is a $100 super chat. A couple people are tied with that. So that is the number to beat for the largest individual super chat that comes in during the show.
Where were they on the field just then? Where they punted on the 4th and 1?
Oh, they weren't
like even close to the 50.
They
right?
weren't close to midfield,
Okay,
no.
Yeah, then,
I
see
mean,
people saying
it
go
crossed
for
my
it.
mind, but with this defense, I just don't think you can do that.
It's too early. Yeah, Elijah the Prophet. Turnover here would be huge.
So the Niners 44 is where Jennings got to.
It's closer than I thought.
But you just had a short field with your defense. Like,
Yeah.
It's just so risky.
It's early. Gotta load up and stop the run. Especially start getting down early. They're just going to pound the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, look at these numbers.
Look at these numbers, man. 92 total yards for the Seahawks, 16 for the Niners, 25 passing for Seattle, 12 for the Niners, 67 rushing yards in the first quarter already, 4 rushing yards for the Niners. Seattle 2 of 3 on 3rd down. The Niners 0 of 2. Time of possession 9 to 3:34. I formation for Seattle. 5 up front for the Niners. Seahawks run it again. Walker, huge hole. All the way to the 38. Gain of 20. That's 84 rushing yards already for the Seahawks. Ball at the 38. Seahawks run it again. Walker gets 1. Eric Kendricks brought him down there. 2nd and 9. Ball at the 39. Niners rush 4. Darnold throws. Pass caught. JSN, first down. Gain of 11 or 12. Renardo Green in coverage.
Man.
8 first downs for the Seahawks, 0 for the Niners. Seahawks run it. Charbonnet. Ripped down by Jair Brown. He's the one who got mauled on the 27-yarder for Zach Charbonnet, which is our only touchdown thus far, and that's going to take us to the second quarter. Going to be a false start on Seattle, I believe. False start on the Seahawks. And they're going to put 1 second on the game clock.
Now we're into the second.
Now we're going to the second. Type those twos. First time in 27 quarters that the Niners did not score.
Wow.
The Seahawks also in that first quarter running for 88 yards.
And here's a look at those numbers. 15 total yards to 125 total yards. 11.5 time of possession to 3.5. And Seattle will still have the ball when we return for the second quarter. Got to make some adjustments. This offense has to get it going, man. You can't have 2-3 and out start the game.
No, not with your defense playing like this. The only way the Niners can make a run, only way the Niners can win this game is if their offense helps out the defense. But you didn't see that in the first quarter. Seahawks running for 88 yards in the first. They picked up 8 first downs. The Niners had 0. First time the Niners did not score in 27 quarters. Niners had 15 total yards. Seahawks now going to move it left to right offensively. Darnold out the JSN, breaks tackles along the sideline. He's gone. Touchdown. But no, they're going to say he stepped out at the 37. Niners better hope so.
There.
Okay, so he did pick up the first down. More bad tackling by the Niners, but it's not going to be a touchdown. Wow, this defense has been atrocious. 3 catches for 34 yards for JSN. 9th first down of the half for Seattle. Ball spotted at the 37. Seahawks run it. Charbonnet tries to get the corner. He does. Cuts it upfield. First down. Gets 11. Another over pursue from a Niner safety, this time Malik Mustafa. 8 rushes, 58 yards for Charbonnet. Darnold fakes the pitch, rolls to his left, wants to throw downfield. Gonna run around, near side, throws, pass, incomplete. 2nd and 10. Good coverage at least, but no pass rush.
We said you got to pressure Darnold. They haven't done that at all. Gonna have to blitz.
Ball at the 26. I formation for the Seahawks. Run will go to Walker. Tackled for a loss of a few. Sam Okuwano got to him around the 30. It'll be 3rd and long. 3rd and 14. Loss of 4.
Brings up 3rd down. Type those threes.
Darnold 6 of 8 for 65 yards. So Seattle not just efficient on the ground. Pass game has been really good as well. Niners with the front 4. Swing pass from Darnold out to Walker. That's a great tackle. Upton Stout. Great form tackle in space on Kenneth Walker right around the line of scrimmage. And the Niners will force a long field goal here for the Seahawks. Prior to the game, it was very windy. Upton Stout is a dude. "47-yard attempt from the left hash. Snap down. Kick up. Kick is no good. No good. Myers sails it to the right. That's 6 points off the board so far for the Seahawks. The wind was blowing from left to right. It helped to push the kick.
Wow.
Myers had made 18 straight. That streak ends.
That is big.
Words of wisdom. $2 super chat. This game is over. Defense's cheeks. Fire Lynch. Words, I love you, man. But like when the Niners are down, you go to fire everybody. Think about where the Niners are at right now. They're 13-4 on the year. Or 13 and 12 and 4 on the year. A draft pick by Lynch just made that play on 3rd down. Elena Dean, $5. What? Yeah, missed kick. Renato Martin. Let's go, Niners. Just got the Chat Sports Football in the mail. There you go, Renato. I knew it'd get to you eventually. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Jeff Bartlett, $5. I subbed to this channel Before it was cool. No, that's a lie. It was always cool. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. And then Luis Martinez, $2. Keep that trash defense off the field. Offense has to step up. Offense has to step up. First time they hadn't scored in 27 quarters. Mr. Cub. Sleepy man, what's going on? We're bringing the energy tonight. No sleeping right now. This Niners offense has been asleep, though. $24 plays for the Seahawks, 6 for the Niners, 150 yards for the Seahawks, 15 for the Niners. Time of possession, 13:58 to 3:34, 10 first downs to 0. But the Niners' third drive does take over at the 37. Purdy, a quick throw out to Kittle. Slight bobble. First down efficiency had not happened yet. It happens there. Purdy takes the shotgun snap, throws down the right seam, passes caught by McCaffrey, who leaked out of the backfield. First down Niners, and San Francisco now into Seahawks territory, past the Niners crescent on the field. Ball will be spotted at the Seahawks 48. A little bit of a jump throw from Purdy. Thomas Morstead had 2 punts all of December. Already has 2 punts in this game for the Niners. Purdy takes a shotgun snap, takes the handoff, throws in the flat to Jawan Jennings. Wrapped up for a loss of 1 by Tariq Woolen. JJ is not easy to bring down in space, but Woolen's done that 2 times so far tonight on Jennings. Seahawks have been playing a lot of 6 DBs of late to get Woolen on the field. Purdy in the shotgun, 4-man rush for Seattle. Purdy moved off his spot, throws underneath for Jennings, incomplete. Now Jennings is down. Ricky Pearsall's already out. Now Jennings gets up. I think it's going to be incomplete. Yep. Fell right on his shoulder. Third and 11. Ball just ahead of midfield. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Now McCaffrey's in the slot. 4-man rush for the Seahawks. Purdy steps up. He's going to run. Tries to get the edge. Turns it upfield. He's still about a yard short. Got to go for it. Have to go for it. Great job by Purdy to turn garbage into gold, but you have to go here and you have to go quick. Jennings back on the field. That's good. ESPN Analytics, 4th and 7 or less, go. And so, easy decision here. Go for it on this 4th and 1. Purdy is in the shotgun, takes the snap. Timeout is called by Seattle. Second charge timeout for the Seahawks. JJ with the $5 super chat. Still early. We can turn this around. Still plenty of time. Just don't like what I've seen so far. Roop Dirt McGirt. $2 super chat. Why would Mike McDonald challenge this? Threw the challenge flag and then he called timeout. I don't think that's how it works. Dustin Cheney, $20. Love the Doberman. You know what, Chase? F the Sea Chickens, and the officiating's been horrible this game, just like all of last season. Okay, so McDonald was trying to challenge that Purdy was a couple yards short of the first down. And he threw the challenge flag, but then he called a timeout, so it's going to stick with 4th and 1 here. And Dustin, I'm not putting anything on the officiating. It's the Niners defense and the offense so far. Purdy from under center. Play action. Looking. Throws. Pass. Incomplete. Turnover on downs. DeMarcus Lawrence got the pressure on Purdy. Nothing was there. Almost picked by Woolen. Even if it was caught by Juszczyk, he would have been short. Niners are lucky this game is only 7-0. Seahawks have missed out on 6 points. They had a 1st and goal from the 1, then went for it on a 4th and goal from like the 10, and then they missed a 47-yard field goal on their last drive.
You just can't afford your offense to not be putting points up. Just can't afford it. You need to score. Not going to win this game 10-7. I'd be very surprised if you did.
All right, we're running it back with our Venmo jersey raffle, by the way. You can win a Niners jersey for as little as a $5 Venmo. We'll do a duck race at the end of the live show to determine a winner here. And so $5, you get 5 ducks for the duck race. $10, 10 ducks. 20 ducks. 50 for 50. 100 for 100. And automatically you get a 49ers Report hat. Venmo username at Chase_Senior. Elias Fast Horse sent in a $20 Venmo earlier. Clan Siege 20. No Trent Williams, no Pearsall, now no Jennings. Jennings did come back in, by the way. Game over. 49ers are made of glass, plain and simple. Sorry. Plenty of tick left. You go down 14-0, though, against this Seahawks defense. Not great. And to start this game, Mike McDonald on defense has thoroughly outcoached Kyle Shanahan on offense. Juan S., $10. It's a testament about how much I like your content, Chase. As a Seahawks fan, I'm having a blast. If Bosa and Warner were playing different game. Different season for San Francisco, too. I think if Bosa and Warner were on the field and healthy, I think the Niners might be Super Bowl favorites. But their defense stinks without them. Juan, thank you. Hope you're supporting Will Ortner over on Seahawks today. Darnold, play action, throws downfield. Another splash play all the way to the 42. JSN. Fit it into a tight window. Black Mask, $2. 1 effing yard. Run it. Haven't been able to run it in this game against the Seahawks front. And I don't love the 4th and 1 call either from Kyle. It's slow developing in a short yardage situation. Charbonnet gets thrown down. Nice hit. I think that was Alfred Collins who got to him. Gain of 1.5, maybe 2. It'll be 2nd and long. Darnold puts Shaheed in motion. Seahawks run it again. Walker gets the handoff. Takes it to the 36. It'll be 3rd and 4. Type those threes.
Make some noise, baby. Let's go.
Seahawks break the huddle quickly. A.J. Barner, the tight end, goes in motion. Darnold is in the shotgun. Niners tease pressure. They do blitz. They nearly get to Darnold. He takes off and runs, and he has a first down. The blitz call worked. Darnold used his mobility to move the chains. Gain of 5. They had a free runner at Sam Darnold. Who did he juke out there? Was that D. Winters, who's now down with the knee injury? Yep, that's D. Winters who's down.
Shit. Duffy T with the $2 super chat. Kick the field goal. You get ball at half. You absolutely should have gone for that. That was the right call to go for it.
You had to go for it. You're not in field goal range there. It's windy at Levi's tonight. I mean, we saw Jason Myers, who connected on 18 straight. He missed wide right because of the wind. And that was a shorter field goal than what the Niners would have had there. Would have been 50-plus for Pinheiro.
5,700 people watching. 1,300 likes. I know we got plenty of Niners diehards in here right now. I know it's rough right now, but still plenty to be played in this game.
Only 7-0. Somehow.
You want the Niners to win. Hit that thumbs up. Like the stream if you have not already. If you have already, you're a real one. If you have not, let's do it. We should be able to get to 2,000 likes with 5,500 people watching. Let's go, baby. Get more real Niner fans in here.
Closing in on 100,000 views already. What an audience. John Galt, no lurker frauds. Like and subscribe. Amen. D. Winters pretty gingerly coming off the field. His leg was stepped on by Josh Jones. Clarissa Gonzalez, Aaron Day with the Venmos that came in. First and 10, ball at the 31 for the Seahawks. Darnold, handoff, Walker, easy 6. Takes it to the 25. $112 rushing yards already for the Seahawks. Ball at the 25.5. Second and 4. Darnold under center. Handoff. Walker. Of course, another first down. Late flag comes in. Holding on the offense. Gray Zabel called for the hold. One of 12 rookies to start every game this year. Darnold from under center, a 5-step drop, throws to the outside. Pass is caught by Barner. But good coverage from Jason Pinnock. That'll bring up a 3rd and 6. Words, I need to put on the helmet, man. You said put on the helmet when we need it. Got to do it. Type those threes. Pinnock nearly got that left hand on that football. Seahawks have run 23 of 31 plays in Niners territory. Darnold in the gun. Niners blitz. Darnold drops back off the back foot, throws downfield, pass incomplete. Intended for Jackson Smith and Jigba. There was early contact, but no flag. Helmet worked. Renardo Green in coverage on JSN. Got beat by the double move, but the ball was underthrown, and then Jair Brown came over from that safety spot to put the hit on JSN. Contact a little bit early there, right? In real time, I thought maybe. Bang, bang. 45-yard attempt for Jason Myers. He missed from 47 earlier from the left hash. Drills this one. Seahawks go up 10-0. For as bad of a half as this has been on offense and defense for the Niners, they can really turn the game right here. 5 and change remaining. You get the ball to start the third. Get your offense going. Get a touchdown here. And then you get the ball to start the third. You get a touchdown there. That's how you change this ball game right now. James, $5 super chat. Can we go one effing game without getting somebody hurt? Impossible for this team. Pamela Prince, $10. I'm so grateful to you, Chase, and the Niners chat. I don't have any of the platforms where the game is live. Let's go, Pamela. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. We're so glad that you're here, Pamela. Sean Singh, $2 super chat. I'm embarrassed to be a Niner fan. WTF is this ish? Lucky that it's only 10-0. That is for sure. Trek, $10 super chat. I'm sorry, I don't like these jerseys. Black is supposed to be slimming. The defensive front looks fatter and more useless than ever. I will say, I think they look better on TV than I thought they were going to look. But for a blue blood team, if you will, that just has an iconic jersey set, the scarlet, red, gold, and white, it always looks weird when you go away from that. Like, the Dallas Cowboys never experiment with new jerseys, right? They've got the white top with the silver pants. They wear those jerseys almost all the time. Occasionally, they'll wear their blue jerseys, right? they don't mess around with like rivalry jerseys. They have their own jerseys. The Niners don't really have throwbacks that they can go to other than the 94 throwbacks, which I think are awesome. I'd rather them just wear those. But they're running a business. They want to sell merch and jerseys. Words of wisdom, bright side. At least the Niners look cool. Niners look like the Raiders, playing like them too. Yeah, I mean, can't stop the run, and then the offense isn't helping out the defense. Roop Dirt McGirt, 11-play drive, LFG. That's what I'm calling for. Oh, this will help. Kick goes out of bounds. Niners will get it at the 40. Tiffany, $2 super chat. Hey, Chase and Chip, forever faithful. What's up, Tiff? Salute to you. Hope your New Year is off to a good start. And that goes for everybody. According to Larry David, it's the last day that you can wish somebody a Happy New Year. So we'll get it in before the expiration date. I guess the 4th is like when the time expires to wish somebody a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Chip. Happy New Year to the faithful. All right, Niners been in at the 40 here. Christian McCaffrey, 3 touches, 13 scrimmage yards. Deep drop for Purdy, screen pass, Kittle, massive loss. Nicky Manwari. That'll back the Niners up in a big way. Loss of 6. Niners go backwards. Blocker couldn't get out to Eman Wari. I think that was Austin Pleasant's job. And if he did, Kittle would have had some real estate in front of him. Purdy will throw it again. A check down. Gain of 4 or 5. 3rd and long. Third and 11. Purdy takes the snap, escapes pressure, looking, throws, pass caught! Jawan Jennings, first down! That's a 3rd down stop on defense and a 3rd down conversion for the offense with the helmet on. It's working, Words. It's working. Wow, what a job by Purdy to step up in the pocket, evade the rush, and then make the throw as he ran to his left. Good job by Jawan Jennings to come back to the ball. Ball at the 48. Niners run it with Brian Robinson. I like the idea to give a physical runner a carry here. Gain of about 6. Spencer Stewart said keep the helmet on. 193 total yards for the Seahawks, 57 for the Niners. Purdy from under center, play action, pressure in his face, gets drilled. Pass caught, Kittle stays on his feet. First down, Niners. Gain of 5, hard earned, but a first down for the Niners. Play action give was to Robinson right when Purdy turned around. DeMarcus Lawrence was in his face. Had to jump up and throw it. Ball at the 37. Pistol formation. Now McCaffrey goes to the right of Purdy. That's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. Let's get to our sponsor, Prize Picks, with the 2-minute warning hitting. This episode brought to you by Prize Picks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard, but in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. On Prize Picks, how you play is up to you. If you want flexibility, choose Flex Play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the biggest payouts, go for the Power Play. No matter your play, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test. Prize Picks puts their users first. All withdrawals fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks accepts most major payment methods, making deposits into your account quick and easy this sports season. Chips picks, Christian McCaffrey more than a half rushing or receiving touchdown. George Kittle more than 63.5 receiving yards. Sam Darnold more than 206.5 passing yards. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Link is in the chat. D-line vids, Chase and Chip might get signed to play defense at halftime. We might need to. I mean, we might just need to get teleported to the stadium and give this defense some bodies. Escargot, $2. Trent would have handled that block for Kittle. See, that's a good example, Escargot, of where you're missing Trent Williams there. The athleticism to get out in space on that block, that is how that play is designed. Jesse Sr. Worst thing, if we win the Super Bowl, B.A. would get a ring. Actually, I don't think he would because he didn't play a game for the Niners. Dr. Checkmate, $2. All is not lost. Where is that Dub City energy? Dub City. Lon, let's go. Chugging for you guys, Chase and Chip. Let's go Niners. Trick with the 10. Chase, I'm sorry that helmet looks so uncomfortable, but it's obvious you need to push through the pain and not remove it during the second half. I can't do it the whole second half. But if they score on this drive, I mean, it's the good vibes helmet. It's a good vibes helmet. Third down stop and a 3rd and 11 pickup while I've been wearing this. So we'll keep it on. First and 10 Niners. Ball at the Seahawks 37. Other side of the 2-minute warning. Give goes to McCaffrey. Gain of about 3. George Kittle now number 2 for most career receptions in Niners history with 593. Passes Terrell Owens. Has some room to get to Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice has 1,281. Kittle in motion. Reverse play. Back to Purdy. Now he checks it down. McCaffrey along the sideline gets about 4 yards. So a lot of trickery for a 4-yard gain. Double reverse, pitch back to Purdy, gain of 4. D winners to the locker room. Purdy in the shotgun, 4-man front, looking, takes off, runs, sacked. Nwosu got to Purdy, 4th and 3. 48-yard attempt for Eddie Pinheiro. Good snap. Hold is down. Kick is up. And it's inside the right upright. It's good. 10-3 ball game. Niners cut it to 1 score. So the helmet comes on. The Niners actually score. So that's a good vibes helmet right there.
You do not want to give up any points now to Seattle with a minute to go before the half.
Eddie Pinheiro's kick taken by Shaheed at the 1. He's past the 25. He's past the 30 to the 35. Minute left. Plenty of time left, though the Seahawks do not have any timeouts left.
And shout out to y'all again. Look at the sub number just flying up. We picked up 300 subs here tonight. How close can we get to 188,000? XMA, One Wheel, Balding Eagle, Mike, and Bella, our most recent subscribers.
Darnold in the shotgun. Puts Cooper Kupp in motion. He's defended by Upton Stout. Niners with the 4-man rush. Darnold sacked! Second sack of the night for San Francisco. It's Sam Okuwanu who gets to Sam Darnold. Loss of 6. Again, Seattle, no timeouts left, so that's a big play on the first play of this drive. R. Fritz, $2 for the field goal. What's up, R. Fritz? Darnold with the deep drop. Hit as he threw it. Out to A.J. Barner. He'll be hit shy of the 40. And that might be the final play of this first half. 10 seconds on the game clock. And that is going to be it. So look, the Niners had 60 yards of offense in that first half. Yet they're only down by 7. Niners defense also gave up 115 rushing yards.
Get your grades down in the chat for that first half, A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know. You are still very much in this ballgame. Very much in this ballgame.
Man. Some similarities between this game, between the Niners and Seattle, and the first game, not a lot of scoring. So the Niners in week 1 scored on the first offensive drive of the game. Their defense forced a 3-and-out. Then the offense went 95 yards and scored a touchdown. They did not score again until the fourth quarter. And so here, the Niners don't score in the first quarter. First time in 27 quarters that they don't score in a quarter. And then they net 3 right before halftime. All right, we'll do a little halftime debrief from the sofa chair. We're up to $888 in Super Chats. Can we get to 1,000 during halftime? We are 112 away. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I want you to grade the Niners first half. Then we'll do a halftime debrief on the other side of the studio. And we'll talk about that first half for San Francisco, because I have some thoughts on it that we'll get to here in just a moment.
Alrighty. 45% of people in the poll right now, 680 votes, going with C. Another 44% going D/F. Only 7% B. And it's obviously not an A, of course. I think C is fair. Maybe a C minus. I mean, look, you're only down 7. And you get the ball to start the second half. You can tie this ball game up. And we'll look at these numbers here in a sec as we got some grades. Clint with a D, Joseph C, Limitless C, Paul Bergley C, Brian F, Marcus D minus. You look at the numbers, you would think it's even worse than it is here. So Niners in that first half get outgained 196 to 69 total yards. Passing yards advantage Seattle 81-46. Seattle with 115 rushing yards in that first half to just 23 for the Niners. San Francisco just 1 of 5 on third downs. And Seattle really dominating time of possession from the jump. Nearly 20 minutes to 10, 19-20 to 10-40 in favor of Seattle. Shanahan said it at halftime. Got to find a way to control the ball more. Your offense has only been on the field for 10 minutes. It's not going to be enough, especially when your offense hasn't been efficient. You need more time out there on the field. But again, you're only down 7, and you get the ball to start half number 2. You started to build some things on offense there late, right? You got down into Seattle territory a couple of times. So you do have some things you can build on. And I think you found Jennings on the sideline a couple times, Kittle with a couple catches. Doing stuff behind the line of scrimmage just really hasn't been working. Got to get McCaffrey more involved too. And we'll take a look, of course, at some of these halftime numbers here. For Brock Purdy, 10 of 13, for just 47 yards. So you haven't been able to stretch the field at all. A lot of that is he hasn't really had time to throw the ball. He's had to run around, make some plays, and he's made some impressive plays escaping pressure. But outside of that, not a whole lot. CMC just had 3 carries in that first half. Now he does, in total, also have 3 catches, so 6 total touches, for just 7 rushing yards, 18 receiving yards. I mean, there's not going to be a lot of offensive production here on these numbers. And the issue has been, can't stop the run. Charbonnet, 9 carries, 60 yards, and a touchdown, averaging 6.7 yards per carry. Kenneth Walker, 9 carries, 50 yards, 5.6 yards per carry. It's not going to work. Okay. Got a halftime debrief coming up. Kick it to Chase here in just a sec. The kid, I don't know what you're talking about, man. No idea what you're talking about. They got to keep it interesting. They're keeping it interesting right now. Even if it hasn't looked great. Yeah, Wands. Nicky Manwari, he's a rookie. He's a great player. Plays like a vet. Athletic freak. Was injured to start the year, but he's been coming on. He is a special talent for sure. Cool. Again, moving a tick that way. Just a tiny bit. Yep. Beautiful. Alrighty. Plug the mic in. All right, here is Chase with a little halftime debrief. There you go.
All right. Let's talk about that first half. How's everybody feeling about it? Poll question in the chat. Grade the Niners first half, A, B, C, D, or F. 44% DF, 44% C. I agree. That was a rough one to watch. Offense could not do anything. 69 total yards in the first half. Twelve first downs for Seattle, 3 for the Niners. 3 of 6 on third down for Seattle, 1 of 5 for the Niners. 34 total plays for Seattle, 20 for the Niners. 196 total yards for Seattle, 69 for the Niners. Usually everybody likes that number, not when it's your offensive output in the first 2 quarters of the game. 5.8 yards per play to 3.4. $81 passing yards to 46. Both quarterbacks have thrown it 13 times. 115 rushing yards for the Seahawks, 23 for the Niners. Which is why it's amazing that San Francisco here is down by 7. Now, Kyle Shanahan, as he was walking off the field, said, our defense has to tackle better. We're very fortunate that the score is what it is, and the Niners are, right? The Seahawks on their first drive of the game, they took over half the clock off of the opening frame. They had a 1st and goal from the 1. Sam Darnold then got sacked at the 10. And eventually they went for it on 4th down, tried to throw the out route, good coverage from Upton Stout, incomplete. That's 3 points right there. And then later in the first half, Seattle missed a 47-yard field goal. So it could at least be 16-3 in this game. But a good job by the Niners to convert on that 3rd and 11. I know the drive stalled after that on their final drive of the half, but at least they got 3 points. Big kick from Eddie Pinheiro, given it's also windy at Levi's tonight, to make it a 10-3 game. And then you regroup at halftime. You figure out some of your flaws. You figure out a plan. You make some of these in-game adjustments, and you score to start the 3rd quarter. We're tied. And I want Sam Darnold in a tight game. I do also wonder, at some point, does Robert Saleh just have to stack the box and try to stop the run? Force Sam Darnold to beat you. Force this passing game to beat you. And if the Seahawks want to run it, force them to run into heavy boxes. We knew it was going to be a battle. We knew it was going to be a dogfight. We knew it was going to be close. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Am I worried? I would say I'm a little worried, yeah. Offense has to carry this team because the defense is so shorthanded and the offense has been flustered. One other thing that I tweeted out, give me a follow at Chase_senior. I know the Niners offensive line has been better. This is the type of game where the Niners organizational offensive line philosophy hurts them. in them not prioritizing better offensive linemen. I know the Niners are without Trent Williams, right? But over the last few years, when the Niners have played in these big games against elite teams that have good defensive fronts, they get manhandled in the trenches. And it really disrupts their offense. They can't run it. Tonight, they can't run it, and they can't pass protect. It's a double whammy. Yeah, I think Mike McDonald over Kyle Shanahan to start this game for sure. And early on especially, like it wasn't particularly close between one of the best defensive minds and one of the best offensive minds in the game. Johnny Royal, roll the pocket then. I mean, even when the Niners have tried to roll the pocket, it hasn't worked out. You know, they've tried to go play action with Purdy to the weak side, to the strong side. And when they do that, like, there are guys right in his face. Second half about to get started here. All right. Second half about to get popping. I'll go back to the usual setup, and I'll see you in like 30 seconds.
Let's go. Let's go. Get some SFs going in the chat for the start of this second half. San Francisco will start with the ball. They do something with it, man. They do something with it. Appreciate all those supers that came in during halftime as well. Oh, God.
Brian Robinson drops the kick at the 5. So now the Niners will take over at the 12. That is awful. What a terrible start. For all those big-time super chats that came in, I'll give you a shambong here as well. I know I owe you. Niners going to run it with Christian McCaffrey. He'll go up the middle for about 4, maybe 5. Cheers. Seven touches, 30 scrimmage yards for CMC. Purdy in the shotgun, McCaffrey to his left. Another give. CMC. Man, he's popped. Only got 1 yard. Ernest Jones shellacked him. And it's 3rd and 4. Purdy's in the shotgun. McCaffrey to his right. Trips right. Kittle to the left. Niners have not been good on 3rd downs in this game. Deep drop for Purdy. Steps up. Throws to the outside. Pass is caught by DeMarcus Robinson. Big conversion for the Niners. D-Rob moves the chains. Right when Purdy got to the top of his drop, he had to step up because he was under pressure there. Robinson hasn't had crazy production this year. He's had some really timely catches, though. Good job by Robinson to make sure he had two hands on that football. Play action for Purdy. Looks over the middle. Checks it down for McCaffrey. Gain of about 7 or 8. I always talk about first down efficiency. The key is to always play ahead of the sticks just to make second and third down much easier. Niners do that there, for instance. Ball at the 38. Kendrick Bourne in motion. Play action for Purdy. Throws to Kittle. First down. Niners needed 3 yards. San Francisco got 4. Tackle made by Ty Okada. Type those ones in the chat. Without Ricky Pearsall, the Niners really don't have anybody who can stretch the field in the passing game. And so what you're seeing here, some quick throws from Purdy, a lot of play action, and then hopefully at some point that can lead to a big play downfield. Purdy hands it off to Robinson. Takes it to the 45. Gain of 3. Second and 7, ball at the 45. Jennings in motion from right to left. Niners moving offensively right to left. Purdy under pressure again, sacked. This offensive line fucking sucks tonight. Jaron Reed. Loss of 7. Makes this a 3rd and 14. Third and long. Seahawks blitz. Purdy throws incomplete. Niners will punt. Nicky Manwari was the delayed blitzer. Mike McDonald likes to use him as a Swiss Army knife. Purdy took a big hit as he threw that right to the midsection. Morstead will punt it. Taken at the 18 by Shaheed. Reverses field. Cuts it up. Big lane. Past the 30. Taken down at the 37. 20-yard return. Tackle by Saron Neal. Morstead has no leg. Yeah, let's get to those super chats that came in during halftime. Words of wisdom with the 2. Niners lose this game. It's over, 1 and done in the playoffs. Depends on who they play. But with this defense, they certainly have a ceiling. Glenn, $10 from New Zealand. What's up, brother? Hey, guys, beautiful sunny afternoon here in Wellington, New Zealand. But, man, these Niners got me nervous. Go Niners. Wear the helmet, Chase. Good juju. I'll have to put it back on, man. Thanks for tuning in from New Zealand. Ali or Ali, $5 super chat. We may have lost this battle, but I'm super proud of the Niners for making it this far. Bang, bang. Hey, not over yet. 10-plus minutes left in the third. Trick, $10. Chase, if it comes down to a final field goal, please use the helmet while in the Karate Kid crane stance for that extra push. I will put on the helmet for you. Leave the vet, $2. Chase for this. Chase for this to be this close. We in it still. Yes, in it still. Although a poor offensive drive to begin the second half. Started off okay. Stalled because the Niners can't protect Brock Purdy. Def ET, $2. Need to use B-Rob more. He's the bigger back. I have liked when Shanahan has gone to him. Dave in the desert. Put Robinson in as running back. McCaffrey in the slot. Shake it up. You match physicality with physicality, perhaps. You know? Seahawks are a very physical defense, so you go physical too. Billy Bob, $5. Purdy is too short. Put Mac Jones in. He's sees the field better. Otherwise, a desperate Brock Purdy will start throwing picks. Have you watched Brock Purdy the last month? No quarterback in the NFL has been better than him. Roop Dirt McGirt. Time for the tight ends to start chewing some small yardage. Yeah, Kittle getting more involved the last quarter and change. Darnold, short drop. Checks it down for Walker. Gain of 2. Tackled by Kendricks. Couple more super chats to get to. No chance to win if you can't stop the run. It's going to be another key in the second half. Jason B, $10. O-line is not controlling the line of scrimmage. Purdy needs to attempt a deep pass. Seahawks are controlling the flats. Run game has to get established. All of that is true. When you're without Ricky Pearsall and you don't have a lot of speed outside of that, nobody is there to stretch the field. But yeah, the offensive line has been a big point emphasis for me because the Niners are getting manhandled in the trenches. Shaheed in motion. Uh-oh, they're covering him with a tight end. Screen pass to Walker. Plenty of space. First down. Gain of like 15 to 17 yards. They'll call it 13. Ball at the 48 of the Niners. Pitch play. Near side. Walker. Buys time. Still on his feet. Gain of about 8. Ball at about the 40. Darnold under center. Hands it off. Walker stops short. Good play against the run by Malik Mustafa. It'll be 3rd and 1.5. Josh Jones, the backup left tackle, is down. He was questionable going into this game. Amari Kite is the UDFA third stringer who would come in. Ooh, yeah, Mustafa rolled up on Jones.
Few more supers rolling in here. Get to those. Starting here with Lyle Boyard with a $5 super chat.
Lyle, hope you're enjoying the game from the Niners Man Cave. Niners lose this game tonight, it's over. They will get beat next week. If you have to go on the road to play Chicago, on the road to play Philadelphia with this defense, where cold weather might make it a defensive game, I wouldn't love it for San Francisco. Danielle, $5 in Santa Clara right now. Crazy energy here. Come on, boys. Let's effing go, yo. I bet it's crazy energy. It's time for the Niners to give the fans something to cheer about here. My gosh. Trick, $10. Chase, tear into an Omaha steak raw. Get the mojo back. Now, that would be primal. That would be crazy. Medium rare I can get by with, but completely raw, no way. No way. Look at what happened to Liver King. He's lost his marbles. Super chat menu. All super chats get a shout out. You send in a 20. You get 20 raffle tickets for our 49ers Report custom football. 50 for a beer bong or a shotgun. $100. You become a member of the 49ers Report Hall of Fame. And the number to beat for a signed Fred Warner jersey, $100 super chat. They're going to call it a 3rd and 2 on the ESPN broadcast here. Type those threes. Sam Darnold under center. Zach Charbonnet, the lone tailback. Heavy personnel. Carey. Charbonnet tries to get the corner. He can't. Big loss all the way back at the 45. Diamador Lenore with the fantastic tackle in space against the run. That'll knock the field goals, or knock the Seagulls at a field goal range. What a job to set the edge there for Demo. He made a fantastic tackle on that hook and ladder against the Bears last week. Robert Saleh is jacked up, and the Seahawks will punt. Dixon punts it away. Fair caught by Sky Moore at the 9. Niners are hanging in there. A.J. Barner jogging to the locker room.
Another big-time shout-out to the real ones. Almost halfway to 188K. Sub for Niners dubs, baby. Great defensive stand. Let's get some juice back going. Let's get some juice back going. Sub for Niners dubs. He can't go 3 and out here. 3 and outs would be just so deflating.
It'd be disastrous. More super chats coming in here. Shout out to the recent subscribers. Callie Vol, Karina Hernandez, Eli, Tree for Madness, Michael Masterson. I was looking at that play by Demo, If Charbonnet got by him, obviously he has the first down. Probably would have been a sizable run as well upon looking at that play again. Brian, $2 super chat. One more touchdown by Seattle and it's done. That's why the Niners have to score right here. Corey Patterson, if the defense can't get a stop, need to work on punching out the ball. A turnover would be big. The Niners pretty much almost have two of them, right? Fourth down stop, and the Seahawks missed a field goal. Callum, $3. D-line not playing too bad. They're playing okay. Jerry Wagner, got my football today. Thanks for the B-Day wishes for my daughters. I appreciate it. Of course, Jerry. And obviously, we have some more stuff coming your way as well. McCaffrey, got to get a carry. Just no room to run for him. Maybe got 3. D-line vids. F the Seagulls. Go Niners. Seagulls, Seacocks, Sheagulls, whatever you want to call them. But even if we're talking a big game, man, the Seahawks are the one backing it up right now, not the Niners. Purdy in the shotgun. McCaffrey to his right. It's 2nd and 7. Purdy checks it down for CMC. He's about 2 yards short of the first down marker. Everything is so bunched for the Niners. And part of that is not having Ricky Pearsall. Part of that is extra protection in there without Trent Williams. But against this speedy and physical defense, I just don't love it. Seahawks, the best third down defense in the NFL. The Niners, the number 1 third down offense in the NFL. But the Seahawks have certainly won that bout here tonight. 3 to the left. Purdy takes the shotgun snap. 4-man front for Seattle. Purdy throws to the outside. Robinson is short. He's a yard short. Niners will punt it again. Good tackle by Witherspoon. It's a good spot by the official. Morstead, punt taken at the 31, fair catch. This is a rough one offensively, man. All right, while we have a break, 49ers Report brought to you by Prize Picks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right with high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night. The action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. This is the number 1 fantasy sports app in the game. New feature alert. Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out of his winnings before the game even finishes. Find your community on Prize Picks. With the new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups that you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow Prize Picks partners like us and tailor-fade our picks with just one click. Picks tonight, Christian McCaffrey finding the end zone. George Kittle more on the receiving yards. Sam Darnold more on the passing yards. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks is going to be right. Off somewhere else, $2 super chat. Somewhere our defense is better than our offense, or somehow. Yeah, isn't that crazy? I mean, all things considered, yeah, the defense has been better than the offense tonight. I know you're without Pearsall, you're without Trent Williams, but the talent has been on offense. How the offense has been playing the last month, best unit in the NFL, but completely shut down in this game. Blue Raven Gaming, $5. Keep the game close. I take Purdy over Darnold. Fair. We'll see. Beverly Diamond, $5 super chat. Hat and football came in the other day. Thanks. Good looking hat. Go Niners. Beverly, thanks for supporting the show. Tiffany, $5. 42 years young on December 23rd. Happy birthday. Chase, be sure to do the Dougie when we get that touchdown. Happy New Year's. Chase and Chip, still hopeful for my Niners. Got to keep hope. Ball is out. Darnold fumbles. No fucking way. Sam Darnold fell. That messed up the handoff to Charbonnet. Ball hit the ground. The Niners had a chance at it. Cleveland Furl couldn't recover it, or was that Yetur Gross-Matos? One of the two. And then the Seahawks recovered. 2nd and 17, loss of 7. Ball goes back to the 25. Darnold, quick drop, looks right, throws over the middle, pass incomplete, broken up by Tatum Bethune, 3rd and 17. Another VJ game tonight, Chip. Josh Jones back out there at left tackle for Seattle. Type those threes. 5,100 people watching. If you ain't subscribed, you ain't alive. We're live for every single Niners game. And we give you fantastic Niners coverage. Pitch play, right side. Walker cuts it upfield. Has a first down. 19-yard gain. Seattle converts on a 3rd and 17. More bad tackling for the Niners. Play action for Darnold. Pass caught, JSN inside the 40. Gain of 19. Kendricks had a good attempt at the peanut punch as he was behind JSN. Ball at the 37. Yeah, the 3rd and 17 could be the backbreaker in this game. Darnold play action. Looks to chuck it downfield. Instead, whips it out to Charbonnet. First down. Still on his feet. Gain of about 12 or 13. Third and 17 run, and the Niners can't get a stop. Tatum Bethune down again with an injury.
You're not going to win many games, and the numbers look like this, man. Outgained by 160 yards. 137 rush yards for 35.
105 yards of total offense for the Niners. Ball at the 25. Darnold in the shotgun. Drops back to throw it. Ball is tipped. Alfred Collins. 2nd and 10. Darnold in the gun. Delayed handoff. Charbonnet. Wrapped up by Collins. 3rd and 9 coming up. Cooper Kupp in motion. Ball spotted at the 24 of the Niners. Niners show blitz. Darnold throws near side pass. Incomplete, late flag. Automatic first down. Renardo Green, first down. Green was lined up with Rashid Shaheed. Had his left hand up around his neck. Tipped that ball away. But grabbed him coming out of the break. Easy call for the official. Ball at the 17. 51 ticks left in the third. Walker gets the carry. Taken down for a loss of 2 or 3. Keon White. Good run stop.
Issue is, even a field goal makes it a 2-possession game.
Exactly. Even a field goal makes it a 2-score game, and this Niners offense has been atrocious tonight. Ball at the 19. I formation for Seattle. JSN in motion. Darnold going to throw it. Pitch. Charbonnet on the shovel. It's going to make this a 3rd and medium. It's going to take us to the 4th. One more quarter left. Type those 4s. Who you got? SF for the Niners, SEA for Seattle.
Got to pull something out of your ass offensively.
Yeah. $1 away from $1,000 in Super Chats. Who's going to get us over that?
Let's go.
1 quarter to go. Daniel Martinez, $2. Whatever happens tonight, I still blame Geno Smith. Something tells me you watch our Raiders channel. Good stuff. Off somewhere else. Watching this game is so miserable. It's been like a slow death. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. Richard Donaldson, $2. FU 49ers, 3rd and 17. Yeah, that could end up being the play that wins Seattle the game. Fernando Ibaka, you get off the field there, you might have some momentum too. Better field position. Plus, you don't give up the 3 points that you're going to give up here at the very least. Maybe the Niners could throw some surprise attacks by throwing to Juice, Robinson, even Kittle. They target all of them in this game. I think a big problem for San Francisco is that they've been awful up front. Luis Martinez, $2. Has to be one of the worst defenses ever historically. Sack-wise, yeah. Trick, $10. These jerseys set the ashes on fire. Never speak of this look again. Yeah, you can retire these. Danielle Ivers, $5. She's in Santa Clara. She said the vibes are up and it's crazy. But the Niners need to stop. Tyler V, honestly, I feel like this defense is worse than last week. Last week was pretty bad, too. Gave up 38 points. KR, $2. Niners forever. All right, here we go. Type those threes. 3rd and 7. Ball at the 14. Seattle needs to get to the 7. Darnold in the shotgun. Niners show blitz. They send 4. They get a free run at Darnold. He throws it to the tight end. Good tackle in space again by Upton Stout. He does not have the size advantage there, but he made the stop. Seahawks will have to kick the field goal here. This to make it a 13-3 game. "31-yard attempt. Jason Myers had made 18 straight, missed from 47, connected from 45. Slight win left to right. Ball spotted at the right hash. Kick was nearly blocked. It's good. Seahawks make it a 2-score game.
How about this, Chase? There's only been 2 times this year that a team's converted a 3rd and 17 or longer on a designed run play.
Wow.
Tonight and Seattle back in week 2.
No way. I wonder if it was the same play.
Yeah.
Wonder if Kubiak went back to the well there.
That'd be interesting to see.
Candace needs to stop. No TDs tonight. Hopefully that ends with this drive right here.
Another update on the Venmo here. It's been a minute. Appreciate y'all getting us over 1,000 in supers, by the way. We officially got there. That's big time.
Venmo jersey raffle, second to last call here. Second to last call. If you want to win a Niners jersey of your choice, get in our Venmo jersey raffle. We're going dollar per duck here, so you can win a Niners jersey for as little as $5. You win the race with our duck race by the end of the live show. I'll message you on Venmo and ask you what jersey you want, what size, and we'll get that jersey to you here in a little while. So $5 for 5 ducks, 10 for 10, 20 for 20, 50 for 50, 100 for 100. Plus, if you send in a $100 Venmo, you automatically get a 49ers Report hat so that you can support the show and support the Niners.
Danielle, let's go, guys. 4th quarter is when we do this. You have to. This drive, huge. Bobby Southard, $1. Shout out. Thank you for that. Juan with the 5. Chin up, Chase. Seahawks are elite. If anyone can come back from this, it's the Niners. Ugh, man. My Seahawks are riding on momentum. Right, this is the Seahawks fan.
Hey, chin up, chin up.
Hasn't looked good. The Seahawks defense, man. It's something.
Kick taken at the 3. Brian Robinson past the 20, past the 25 to about the 29. 5 first downs in the game for the Niners. Tough watch.
Sure.
No rushing first downs. Last time that's happened for the Niners, 1969 in a game. R Fritz, $2. This is for a sad day. Hopefully that changes with this drive, R Fritz. Hopefully it's 5 for the touchdown. Purdy in the shotgun. Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield in motion. Purdy with the deep drop. Immediately has to roll to his right. Throws downfield. Pass caught. George Kittle out of bounds around midfield. I think you have to win this game throwing it. 20-yard pickup. This Seahawks defense has been so tight-lipped all game. Kittle was actually pretty open there. About time. Ball directly at midfield. Purdy going to throw it again. He has pressure around his feet. Pumps. He's going to run. A little juke. Has a first down. Gain of about 11. Niners offense moving it the best on any drive that they've moved it so far to start. Sky Moore now in the game. Kyle Shanahan getting some speed on the field. Niners missing that without Ricky Pearsall tonight. Purdy, 16 of 20 for 97 yards. Purdy takes the shotgun snap. Pump fake. Hands it off to McCaffrey. McCaffrey takes it to the 35, gain of 4. Purdy. Quick throw. Demarcus Robinson has some blockers out in front. He's going to pick up some yak. He's down to the 25. Let's fucking go! Come on! Jawan Jennings mixing it up on that Seahawks sideline. All he was doing was run blocking. Playing through the whistle. I love it. Use check in motion from left to right. Purdy in the gun. McCaffrey to his right. Use check in motion again to the left side. Seahawks rush 4. Purdy throws downfield. Pass caught. Toe drag swag. Jawan Jennings out of bounds at the 10. 15-yard pickup. First down Niners. Type those ones. A great layered throw from Purdy with great touch. Over Witherspoon. As the Seahawks were in zone. And it's going to be first and goal San Francisco here. Pistol formation. Handoff. McCaffrey gets a couple to about the 7. 2nd and goal. Get 7. Don't get 3. Get 7. Don't get 3. It's been a 6-play, 64-yard drive for the Niners. Purdy takes the shotgun snap, looks, fires, throws, pass, intercepted. That's ball game. Off the hands of McCaffrey and picked. Definitely picked. Ball game. Ball was behind McCaffrey because it was tipped, but he tried to catch it on his back hip to cut inside. And that's a rare, brutal mistake from CMC. Charbonnet stopped at the line of scrimmage. Darnold going to throw it on this 2nd and 9. Pass complete, first down. Seahawks run it. Gain of 2 for Charbonnet. Under 9 to play. Niners down 2 scores. Niners do have their 3 timeouts and 2-minute warning, of course. Second and 8. Some confusion pre-snap for the Niners. Darnold drops back, evades the rush, rolls to his right, pumps, runs. Tackled a few yards short. It'll be 3rd and short. Gain of 6. Third and 2. Ball at the 25. Charbonnet in the backfield with Darnold. JSN and Cup near side. Niners send 4. Darnold throws, pass, caught, Cup, first down. To the 30. Tatum Bethune got hit in the balls there. He's down hurt.
Our Fritz in the 2. This is for a sad day. Our Fritz. Thank you, man. Haven't been able to send in a whole lot of them for the Niners scoring.
Our Fritz.
So.
Thanks, man. Mark and Tulo reminds me of that divisional round game against the Packers. Oh, that low-scoring one that the Niners actually won.
The worst part of losing this game, too, is like it's a physical, emotional game. You're giving it all you got, and then you got to turn around and play another game next week.
Yep.
And probably travel across the country to either, well, you will travel across the country to either Chicago or to Philly. Regardless if you're 5 or 6. That's why winning this game was so big. Three points.
Wow, American Eagle, $400 super chat.
Oh, my God.
Holy crap. American Eagle.
Let's pop this baby up.
This game sucks, like, for real. What are the Niners doing? But fly, Eagles, fly. It's been a rough one to watch. But American Eagle. $400 super chat makes it rain. That's our super chat MVP right there.
Oh, my God. Show him some love. Show him some love. 400. Everyone show American Eagle some love in the chat.
Type AE in the chat. $400 super chat supporting the show. Thank you, legend. Ball at the 30. Walker gets the carry. Cuts it up. Another first down. Slow and painful death for the Niners. Another run for Walker. Another first down. Ball at the 48.5. Play action for Darnold. Steps up in the pocket. Checks it down. Charbonnet. Gain of 5 or 6. Handoff. Charbonnet. First down. Under 5 to go. Play action for Darnold. Rolls to his left. Throws downfield.
Oh!
Incomplete. It was caught by, I believe, Renardo Green, but he didn't get 2 feet down. Malik Mustafa, maybe? Somebody downfield. Yeah, Renardo Green.
Not close.
Don't even think he got a foot down. Maybe 1. Second and 10. Walker. Taken down for a loss. Didn't get back to the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 10. I was going to say, you might have to use a timeout here if you're Kyle Shanahan, and he uses one. Tatum Bethune, questionable to return with a groin injury.
If you want even the slightest bit of chances, you gotta stop here.
Yeah, you don't get a stop here. It's chalked. Darnold will throw it on a 3rd and 10. Steps up in the pocket. Throws across his body. Pass caught. Cooper Kupp. That's game. First down, Seattle, to about the 11. Darnold creates out of structure. Gets the first down. Cooper Kupp really hadn't done much in this game, but 2 massive 3rd down catches in this one, on this drive.
Another timeout.
Another timeout called. Seattle, 6 of 11 on 3rd down. Niners, 2 of 8. Play 85-yard drive, 6:19 for the Seahawks here. It's big boy football. Run goes to Charbonnet, gain of 3.
Plenty of people voicing their frustrations, sending in some of these supers. Alexander Ryan.
Man,
here.
this is so depressing from Ireland, really bad. 3 points is disgusting. Rube Dirt McGirt, thanks for the short weeks, NFL. Seattle had a short week as well. Kicked the Niners' asses. Weebless, I don't want to be that guy, but the Pope worked his magic on the interception. Go Hawks. Yeah, brutal mistake for McCaffrey. Eric Rangel, we will drink tonight. At least we are still in the run. Still in the playoffs. Charbonnet, another carry. Down to the 11. Marcus Majors, Kyle doesn't deserve Coach of the Year after this. The fact that they have 12 wins with this football team is pretty crazy if you ask me. Jason Scott, $2. Shanahan doesn't know how to win big games. Would you call the Cowboys wild card round upset a big win? Would you call beating the Packers, who were the number 1 seed, a big win on the road? And Aaron Rodgers, the MVP that year? Come on. Billy Bob, 5. Too many injuries. Niners trying. Purdy throws behind often. Many of them turn into picks, but I'm still proud of them. They're done. Sam Darnold looks fierce. Charbonnet, another carry. He'll be about a yard short of the first down. We'll see if Seattle goes for it here or if they kick the field goal. R. Fritz, $2. F. Seattle just because. Let's go Niners. Eric Sotelo. Is this loss bad coaching or just a product of what our training staff nightmare has been? I think it's a combination of all those things. But also not having Trent Williams and Ricky Pearsall. It's kind of rough. James, $5. Seahawks defense didn't even earn that turnover. It fell right into their lap. Good luck holding us to 3 points again, F. Seattle. Seahawks going to line up in the tush-push formation. And they're going to kick the field goal here to make it 16-3. Andrew Sims, tough loss, but it's still bang, bang, Niner gang. Appreciate you, Chase, for the memories this season. Andrew, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Hope you had a good holiday, my man. Sadistic Sturgeon. Maybe John Lynch will actually make good offseason decisions now, but I'm doubtful. Please address the offensive line. When they go up against better units, they get bullied. That happened all night. Words of wisdom. Fred like, F this, I am staying home. Adam Davis, $5. The last time the Seahawks crushed my spirits this much, Richard Sherman was yelling at Aaron Andrews about a sorry receiver named Michael Crabtree. Yeah, pretty much. Lee the Vet, ugly game, Chase, 12-5, decent season considering. Oh my gosh,
Holy
Seahawks
shit.
missed the field goal. 10-point game. 2 misses tonight for Myers. He misses. Niners still need to score a touchdown and recover the onside kick. Lee the Vet, I mean, 12-5 with everything that's happened is pretty incredible. Yeah. The Tank, $2. Black uniforms, bad juju. Yeah. Never wear the black unis again.
It's honestly even worse that Myers has missed 2 field goals, which he never does, and you're still going to lose.
I know. It's 9 points lost for Seattle. Purdy hit as he throws, incomplete. R. Fritz, $2. $2 more just because we feel all the pain. Hey, that'll make us feel better, R. Fritz. Thank you, brother.
Oh. Put his hand on a helmet.
Yeah, Purdy hit his thumb on the helmet. Purdy going to throw it again. Out to his left to McCaffrey. Great tackle in space. Eman Worry. Gain of like 4, maybe 5. That'll take us to the 2-minute warning. All right, 2-minute warning sounds. Let's get to our sponsor one more time. 49ers Report brought to you by Prize Picks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops. Prize Picks lets you take control. Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out of his winnings before the game even finishes. With the new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like. Use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow Prize Picks partners like us. Tailor fade our picks with just one click. 3-pick power play here tonight. Christian McCaffrey more than a half rushing or receiving touchdown. George Kittle more than 63.5 rushing yards. Sam Darnold more than 206.5 passing yards. That's how it works. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. San Diego Blue, $20. Tough game with everybody hurt, but the Niners can beat anybody in the playoffs because it's wide open this year. Happy New Year, all. Wow, I am bouncing hard on that green screen. Yeah, they could beat anybody, but the defense has to be better. And when the defense struggles and the offense only scores 3, you're just not going to win. Tough game with everybody hurt. No doubt about it. You miss Ricky Pearsall and Trent Williams in this game big time. Reno Henderson, $2 super chat. Thank you, Reno. Third and 6. Purdy takes the snap. Pocket collapses. Ball incomplete. Intended for Kittle. Game comes down to this. 4th and 6. Purdy hit as he throws. Incomplete. That's just further proof that this game is over. Purdy got smacked. Slow to get up. Purdy's still down. Austin Pleasants got beat. Oh my gosh. Purdy got annihilated. Jeez, that is violent. Purdy gets up, jogs off the field, but the thumb is bloodied. So the Niners will get either the 5 seed or the 6 seed. Seattle locks up the number 1 seed and a first-round bye. Reno Henderson, good guys don't wear black. Words of wisdom, 10. You know my feelings on the Eagles, but can you or anybody honestly say they'd want Kyle over Sirianni? Hate the Eagles, but at the very least, he has the hardware. Let his coaches coach. Regime. Yeah, it's a great regime. Owner, GM, coach. I mean, if Kyle Shanahan were let go, he'd be hired in less than 5 minutes by another team. But tonight, yeah, got his ass kicked by Mike McDonald. No doubt about it. Marco, it's over. We're cursed. Not over. Niners still going to be in the playoffs. But they'll travel to either Chicago or Philadelphia. Lee the Vet, not the worst San Francisco game I've ever seen. That's got to be up there. 3 points. With how well the offense has been playing. Yikes. Matthew Short, Chase, we should have done more during the trade deadline. Yeah, just to get a pass rusher, man. Just to get a pass rusher. The defense is what's going to hold this team back from accomplishing what they want to accomplish. And there's only so much that the Niners can do because of that. They're just shorthanded and don't have a lot of bodies. Maurice, $5, and you wonder why they didn't budge at the deadline. I'd make the argument you make a move at the deadline to make your defense better because your defense is a huge weakness. Would have helped you. Marco, did we play Mac Jones at all tonight? No. Weebilus, playoffs go through Seattle, but I hope Purdy is okay. Hawks win the 1 seed despite being projected to finish last. See, they were 10-1 to win the division. I loved the betting value of that. I thought Seattle was a really good team going into this year. Our Fritz, $2. 2 more just to say F. Shanahan. Shanahan coached poorly tonight. At the same time, the Niners would never be in this spot without him with 12 wins. Marco, in all honesty, I'm grateful we came this far. I just hope these playoffs don't bang us up worse for the 2026 season. Fred Warner's going to try to come back for the division round if the Niners advance. I think I stole your sandwich, $5, after attending a bad Sharks loss. Get to watch a worse Niner showing somehow. We'll get it back next week. I don't blame Purdy as had no protection. No, the offensive line was so bad. So bad. Iron Arrow, would you rather play Philly or Chicago? Thoughts? If you're the Niners, probably the Eagles, but their defense is as good as Seattle's. And in cold weather, it's going to be more of a defensive-oriented ball game. Chicago has a lack of playoff experience. Obviously, the Eagles have a lot more playoff experience. The thing with Chicago, they want the bad weather to help out their defense a little bit. And Caleb Williams can throw in the cold. So both matchups, I think, are really hard. Chris Marvel, manhandled in the trenches all night. Yep. That's what I had said. Manhandled in the trenches. When the Niners go up against elite teams up front because they don't prioritize the offensive line, they get whooped. That happened in this game. Lee the Vet, $2. Chase, 40-8 loss in 94 Super Bowl season, worst. It's pretty rough. Made it to a Super Bowl, though. Won the Super Bowl, right? 94? Last time they won a Super Bowl was 94, yes. Juan S. Slinging Sammy D with no interceptions. Pretty good. Purdy didn't throw a pick either. But yeah, Darnold didn't really have any risky throws. It's more about the running success. Stacy, $2. Thank you, Stacy. All right, caught up on the supers. All right, let's do our post-game show. Just an absolute ass whooping. All right. Post-game show coming up. Let's get into it. Then we'll give away our football. We'll do our Venmo duck race. We'll take your super chats as well, as the Niners lose here tonight. 2,800 people still watching. Continue to hang out here with us. It'll be a therapy session here on the show. Rough one for San Francisco. Let's recap it all right now. All right, here we go. Welcome into the San Francisco 49ers Report. Chase Senior here with you. And as always, no matter where you are, how you're tuned in, thank you so much for making our post-game reaction show a part of your evening. That was really rough. Niners lose in Week 18, 13-3. The Seattle Seahawks will get the number 1 seed, home field advantage, a first-round bye, and Seattle wins the NFC West going into the 2025 season. Seattle 10-1 odds to win this division. I really like the value of that because I liked what John Schneider did during the offseason. A little bit of a reset like the Niners. They got rid of DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, made the move for Sam Darnold. I liked a lot of the pieces that they had on the defensive side of the ball, and I think that Mike Macdonald is a rising star as far as a defensive mind and defensive play caller. You saw in this game tonight why I believe that to be the case. What a coaching performance by Mike Macdonald in this game. This Niners offense had been in fuego, on fire. Brock Purdy was playing better than any quarterback in the National Football League. And in the last few games, San Francisco had dropped 26 points on the road against Cleveland when it was windy, cold, and rainy. Scored 37 points against Tennessee. Dropped 48 points on the road against the Colts. And then last week in that epic back-and-forth shootout, San Francisco scoring 42 points. Brock Purdy had combined for 13 touchdowns in the last 3 games and 10 touchdowns in the last 2 games. In this game here tonight, this will be remembered as one of the worst and hardest to watch Niners offensive performances under Kyle Shanahan. And a couple of things can be true, right? The Niners finished the season 12-5. Kyle Shanahan's going to be in the running for Coach of the Year. San Francisco would not be 12-5 if it weren't for Kyle Shanahan coaching and leading this team. This could also be true. He got his ass whooped from a coaching and play calling standpoint by Mike Macdonald tonight. Kyle Shanahan is one of the best offensive coaches in the NFL. Mike Macdonald, one of the best defensive coaches in the NFL. And from start to finish, the Niners offense could not do anything. Of course, it hurt that San Francisco was without Trent Williams at left tackle. And that hurts your run game and your pass game. It hurts that San Francisco could not stretch the field at all without Ricky Pearsall. It hurts that the Niners had a short week, but so did Seattle. I mean, look at these numbers here. Seattle, 361 total yards of offense. The Niners, 173. Sam Darnold, 181 passing yards. Brock Purdy, 120. Seattle running for 180 rushing yards. The Niners, 53. And then on third down, 6 of 13 for the Seahawks, 2 of 9 for the 49ers. Time of possession, 37 minutes and 48 seconds for the Seahawks, 22-12 for San Francisco. And I had tweeted this out on my X page at Chase_senior. This sums it up. The Niners offense tonight could not run block. They could not pass block. Brock Purdy was under pressure all night. I mean, when he got to the top of his drops, even when Kyle Shanahan tried to move the pocket and have Purdy roll out to the right or the left, as soon as he would try to roll out, there were guys in his face. He got hit hard all night long. One thing, too, was how sticky the Seahawks were on defense. The Niners had nobody open with the exception of a late 20-yard pickup for George Kittle. There was no separation for San Francisco in this game. The Niners were awful on third downs. They got stopped on a 1 4th down play, which was slow developing in short yardage that I hated the play call on. The Niners turned it over in the red zone. A brutal drop, which led to a pick out of the hands of Christian McCaffrey. That pretty much decided the game right there. And the Niners scored 3 points. And the Niners are lucky that the score was what it was. Seattle, on the first drive of the game, took half the clock off the first quarter. They had a 1st and goal from the 1. Sam Darnold got sacked at the 10-yard line. They went for a 4th and goal, got stopped. That's 3 points right there. Jason Myers missed 2 field goals on the night. That's 9 points right there, at least, that the Niners did not give up. And so you got to give credit to this Niners defense because they hung in there. They were on the field a lot. Seattle dominating time of possession. Really, this game comes down to this offense being horrid. Kyle Shanahan was bad. Brock Purdy was not great. But I pin this loss on Kyle Shanahan. It's amazing that the Niners are where they are. Finishing the season 12-5, losing Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, still having an opportunity to win the division and get the number 1 seed in Week 18 against a really good team with everything that has gone against the Niners, it's incredible. But with everything on the line, with how good this offense has been, I wanted to see how Shanahan and Purdy would go up against this Mike Macdonald defense, which has caused this Niners offense fits a lot. When Macdonald has been the head coach for Seattle or when he was the DC on Christmas night, when the Niners got shellacked by that Ravens defense. And the Niners offense tonight fell flat on their face. And I also was talking about this during the watch party. A game like this is where the Niners' organizational philosophy, when it comes to the offensive line, really hurts them. In the biggest of games over the last few years, against the best defenses, with physical and violent fronts, the Niners' offensive line has gotten dominated, manhandled, bullied, and it has thrown this offense off rhythm. It has caused this offense to spiral, and in this game, literally from the start of it all the way through it, this Niners offensive line sucked. And when that happens and you can't run it and Brock Purdy is under pressure, you're not going to beat many teams across the NFL. You might be able to go on a crazy offensive spree against the likes of the Titans, the Colts, and the Bears. Those are bad defenses. This Seahawks defense, one of the best, if not the best in the NFL. And against this defense with a white-hot offense, this offense pissed down its leg. And this Kyle Shanahan performance was pretty dubious as a play caller and head coach. So San Francisco here, they will be either the 5 seed or the 6 seed. If the Rams beat Arizona, the Rams will move up to the 5 spot. If the Rams lose against Arizona, the Niners will stay in this 5 spot. So San Francisco, in the first round, will either travel to Chicago, Philadelphia, and maybe Tampa Bay or Carolina. That is still to be decided. If the Falcons win tomorrow, the Panthers actually win the division despite the Buccaneers beating Carolina today. If the Bears win, the Bears will be the 2 seed. Eagles will be the 3 seed. If the Eagles win and the Bears lose, the Eagles will be the 2 seed. The Bears will be the 3 seed. So the Niners, most likely going to be the 6 seed, will probably travel to either Chicago or Philadelphia in the wild card round. And in losing this game, obviously you don't get that first round bye, which hurts a tired and worn down team that has a lot of injuries. Man, that was a really hard watch. I mean, it was just a slow death. Death by 1,000 cuts because the Niners offense just could not do anything on offense all night long. And this Seahawks defense, you just got to give it to them. They're physical. They're tough. They can get after the quarterback. They can stop the run, whether it's man or zone. Sticky coverage all night long. And the Niners offense just had no answers. No answers at all. Our 49ers Report postgame show is brought to you by Prize Picks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right with high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night. The action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. New feature alert, Prize Picks now has early payouts if your player gets off to a hot start. You now have the option to cash out of those winnings before the game even finishes. Find your community on Prize Picks with the new social feeds feature. You can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like and use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow Prize Picks partners like us and tail or fade our picks with just one click. Hopefully you faded us tonight. Christian McCaffrey, more than a half rushing or receiving touchdown. George Kittle, more than 63.5 receiving yards. Sam Darnold, more than 206.5 passing yards. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Injury update on Brock Purdy and others. Brock Purdy sustained a stinger, a nerve issue on his neck or shoulder on the final hit and play. Not believed to be too serious. He had stingers in 2023 in December as well. I'm also concerned about his thumb because it was bleeding at the end of the game. On a follow-through, his thumb hit the helmet of a Seahawks defender and it was bleeding. And so you lose this game, you don't win the division, you don't get the first round bye, you don't get the number 1 seed. You had a situation where you wouldn't have traveled at all if you continued the Cinderella run and made it to the Super Bowl. But now you don't get that rest, and now Brock Purdy is injured, and we'll have to monitor his status all week long. Now, I would imagine Brock Purdy plays in the wild card round, but he was slow to get up after he got annihilated in the pocket. Kind of got sandwiched and tabletopped in a way. So a stinger for Brock Purdy, nerve issue with his neck/shoulder. Would have returned to the game, according to Kyle Shanahan, if he needed to. Linebacker D. Winters had an ankle injury. He never returned. He got fallen on And then linebacker Tatum Bethune had a groin injury. Those could linger into next week, according to Kyle Shanahan. On Trent Williams and Ricky Pearsall sitting out with injuries, Shanahan said they were pushing it. It would have been too risky. They pushed it up until the end. Hopefully they can come back in the wild card round, because witnessing what we saw from this Niners offense tonight, the Niners need both of those players. Shanahan on Seattle. They've earned the number 1 seed. They've played like that throughout the year. We're going to have to earn it. They have a good pass rush, tough to run the ball against, tough to get explosive plays on, and Kyle Shanahan had said that this week, because they run that 2-shell defense to limit explosive plays. And the Niners had no explosive plays. They couldn't get the ball downfield. They couldn't pick up yak even. They just could do nothing well at all. So one of the more fun yet emotionally draining Niners regular seasons comes to an end. And now, what to expect in the playoffs? I think the Niners are only going to make it so far with this defense. This defense, it just has a ceiling. And this team has a ceiling because of the defense. The formula for the Niners to have a chance of making a playoff run, they're going to have to score more than 30 every single game. And they're going to have to live with the defense just not being that good. That's what happens when you're without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. The biggest thing in this game for the Niners defense, awful tackling, not good on third downs. They gave up 39 carries for 180 yards. Kenneth Walker, 16 totes for 97, 6.1 yards per carry. Zach Charbonnet, 17 for 74. There was the 3rd and 17 backbreaker of a third down conversion for Walker. There have only been 2 3rd and 17 conversions on design runs this year. The Seahawks have both, this game and week 2. And that just deflated this Niners team. Cooper Kupp had two big third down conversions on that final drive. 2 for 29 in the game. JSN made some nice plays downfield. He's so slippery, 6 for 84. The Niners did have a couple of sacks. They had 2 sacks of Sam Darnold, 1 for Tatum Bethune, 1 for Sam Okuwanu. But they're unable to generate pressure on a consistent basis. Again, it's just the reality with this defense, which is why I think everybody's expectations should be tempered here. Shanahan also saying after the game, now we have to do it the hard way. And they do. Got to go on the road and pull off some upsets. Can the Niners win a playoff game? Yes or no? Let us know down in the comment section. Sound off with what you think. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. And thanks for watching the show. See ya. All right, let's give away our 49ers Report football. Let's see who wins that.
All right, plenty of entries, plenty of names here on the wheel. So somebody looking away with something good here. Let's see who it's going to be. Final regular season bowl. Can't see any of these names. Don't know who it's going to be. Adam Davis.
Adam Davis, good stuff. I'll put Adam down.
Congratulations, Adam. Oh, he says let somebody else have it.
Okay.
Sure. All right, we can spin it again. I already won one. Let someone else have it.
All right.
It's a legend right there. We'll spin the wheel again.
See who gets it here.
That's a legend.
Black Mask.
Black Mask.
All right, we'll send it to Black Mask. How do you get in the running for the football? By sending in a $20 super chat. You get 20 raffle tickets. All right, Black Mask. I'll put your name down here. Let's take a look at our Venmo race. All right. About to race our Ducks for the jersey here.
All right, Ducks are all ready to go. It's a 1-minute race. Who is going to get it in 3, 2, 1? The Ducks are off. Who's going to win a jersey here tonight?
All right, 15 seconds in. Who we got? Elias leading the way. Halfway down, halfway to go. Jerry Wagner now in first place. Jerry Wagner holding on, but here comes Yolanda. Jerry starts to sag back a little bit. Dan Tipton hovering, 10 seconds to go. Which Duck's going to get the win?
Anyone's game.
Anybody's game. It's close.
Ooh.
Clarissa Gonzalez. All right, Clarissa Gonzalez.
Was that a 5?
1 with the 10.
A 10.
One
still.
with the 10.
Look at that.
So
a jersey
I'll
for
message you here,
$10.
Clarissa.
Congratulations.
All right, Clarissa, I just messaged you. So Niners lose 13-3. We'll know tomorrow night who San Francisco plays in the wild card round of the playoffs next week. Hopefully the Niners can play on Saturday. If they do, extended rest after really 2 short weeks against Chicago and against the Seahawks. And the Niners in this game tonight played very, very tired. All right, for Chip, I'm Chase. Post-game show will be up on the channel here in a moment. If anybody is just tuning in, more coverage to come tomorrow when we know who the Niners play. We'll catch you then. See ya.